Hello and welcome. It's World Building Wednesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Duke, Zebus, Prostar, Jayhawk, Mystic, Justice Sad Lurker, Easter Job, Fundin, Inkley, Gaming Void, Ranker D. How's everybody doing this lovely Wednesday? Hey, I lost track of time. I thought today was Tuesday. I was having a stroke all day today. I thought today was Tuesday for the whole day until I like checked the calendar. My tweet was going to say TPK Tuesday. My title for the stream was TPK Tuesday. Like, I was firmly set that today was Tuesday. And then when I found out it was Wednesday, there was like this abyss that formed around me. And I was like, what fucking day is it? Where am I? So yeah, needless to say, that funk beat my ass. So yeah. Jayhawk, thank you very much, brother, for the 6 months. Incredibly kind of you. It does not feel like 6 months. It's insane. I'm so glad to see you guys hanging around still. So thanks, brother. And just a sad lurker. Thank you for the 11 months, close to a year. My God. I still remember you showing up during the Monster Hunter stream. Thanks for hanging around for so goddamn long, buddy. Thank you, brother. Legion. Hello, Legion. Hopefully it's going well. Just do TPK Tuesday on a Wednesday? It fucked with my whole, like, sense of reality. Like, I've been working on the magic items. Like, I got the uncommon card from, you know what? Fuck it. I can just show you guys. What am I doing? I can just show you guys. So I got the uncommon card, and I've been making magic items. I've just been going crazy. I've been going through and I've been updating all of the cards that I can, right? So all of the magic items that existed before, I have gone back through and I have updated all of them. Almost all of them. There are a few that I can't update yet because I need rare or higher, right? So all the uncommon cards, update. Like, I even altered some of the colors to make them more fitting to where they come from to sort of differentiate them, right? So like uncommon magic items that don't come from a source, green, right? This sort of green boulder, this border, this D6, this sort of like light emerald color. Boom. Then we have like the stuff that comes from Reynold, who carves monsters, right? So more teal color, black border, all that fun stuff. This is what I've basically been doing. Is I've been going through and updating all of the items, and just making them unique for the setting. And I realized after I did this, holy shit, this is where my day went. This is why I thought it was Tuesday. I didn't realize I'd spent a whole day doing this. So yeah. How everybody else's week going so far? Hopefully it's been going great. Mine's been fantastic. See, these are the ones that I can't update, right? They don't have a... If I may, underlight to separate the black border from the black background. I don't know how to do that, Legion. I did get lost in the process. Very true. Very true. I did find some high quality images though from Elden Ring. And I have been using them in lieu of the more standard or flat 2D images from Darkest Dungeon. So we're upgrading a little bit. We're making it just a wee bit improved in quality. So spell scrolls, we got some of the images from Elden Ring. We have a blend really. I've subscribed to the Griffin Saddlebag for forever now. So I just went through, I just downloaded all the cards and just started affixing them for whatever fits, and just started making magic items from the Griffin Saddlebag. So yeah. Can we see the party's weapons? Yes. Yes, you can. So we have the Light Touch Zweihander, which belongs to Silmaril. We got Gogglad. We have the Banshee's Light. And these are for individuals who possess magical items. Because there are party members who do not have magical items. And then the Recurve Link Weapon. There's also the Urgorosh. So we have Silmaril's Zweihander. We have Uria's Gogglad. We have Marana's Banshee's Light. And then we have Kellen's Recurve Link Weapon. As well, with all of these, we have Paul's Urgorosh, which is a hybrid weapon, a superior weapon. It is an axe and a spear combo. I had like a passing image that only really worked because it was like half of an image, right? So I could show like the axe head. This is the actual weapon. So I'm very excited. After many attempts of trying to recover my Monster Hunter Rise save, I finally given up and just made a new character. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, brother. That's incredibly, damn, that sucks. I always hate losing video game saves. Teal Disgusting Void. Indeed. Well, the Abyss is more of like a force of nature, really. Actually, I guess it's not anything. The Abyss is everything and nothing at the same time. It's entropy and life. It's really weird. So it permeates all of existence in some way, shape, or form. Not all of the Abyss is evil, but all of the Abyss is evil. Aegis collector cards win. Those portraits look perfect for them, with information on the back of them. Yes, funny you mentioned that, Zebus. When I make magic items and I can hand them out to players, not only will they get a card like this, but I have a card. I have a dual card, so it has this side, and then it has a back side that I can put all of the info on. So I hand them a card. It has two edges on it. The first edge is the picture. The second edge is the name, the rarity, the attunement requirement, all that stuff. So that'll be stuff that I can hand out to the players for them to have and sort of keep in their notes, right? Hey, Brad. What about TOS's weapons? So as you know, TOS has ended for now. As such, when I get the rest of the feedback from the players, there's going to be the discussion about continuing the game or starting something new, etc., etc. Why did it end? It ended because the story ended. It was like a mini series, Lupin. It was meant to fill the slot for DOA, and the adventure ran its course very naturally. The players ran into a situation where it was more beneficial for them to flee than to basically death march, and they left. And as a result, Zoranox, the unblinking eye, the champion of the one who waits beneath, was summoned into the mortal world. And if the game continues, they will need to defeat Zoranox before he can unleash whatever terrible deed or whatever terrible magics he intends to bring upon the world. But should it continue, then yes, TOS's weapons will also get the appropriate upgrade. The reason most of them don't is they don't have the appropriate cards. Share on fan art if it's real quick. Scuffed edit? Yeah, go for it. Let's see. Oh, that's fucking hot. How the hell do you do that? Didn't know it was a shorter series. It's all right. Again, the hope is that once I get all of the feedback from all the players who participated, I can start steering the game in the right direction and potentially work on making it a campaign to defeat Zoranox, right? So nothing that'll go from like 1 to 20, right? Because they're starting at level 5. But probably something that'll end around level 10. At least that's the rough idea. With them helping out and dealing with whatever the Abyss is summoning in Sunfall. My feedback was legible. It was very legible, in fact. It gave me some good perspective on a lot of the systems that we're still beta testing, as well. Thank you for reminding me, Summer. Going in, if we do play again, I want to introduce some other systems I've been toying with, like a improved inventory, if that makes sense. Like an item slot type deal, where you have like items have numbers correlated with them, not like encumbrance, but instead a number like 1 through 3 that denotes how many slots it takes up. Depending on your size, your strength, and your bags, you can carry X amount of slots, right? You can ask that for the border and the background of separated layers, it can be easily tweaked. Also, if the metal insignia is on another layer. If you can ask Nat for the border and the background on separated layers, it can be easily tweaked. Huh. Separate layers. Are you talking about the metal insignia on the back? Like on the background, the 2 crowns? What magic system are you working on? So the idea is to elaborate on how magic items and attunement works in my setting, and B, make a system similar to our weapon system for magic users. Because as much as I think magic users get a ton of cool shit already, I should throw them a bone, because I really like martials, and this weapon system really shows my favoritism. So to not discourage spellcasters in my setting, I figured I should at least give them something. Let's see. What did I want to make? I got a few items in mind. Ooh, I also want to work on some enchantment stones or stone shrines that make it permanent stat increase possible. I've already done something like that, Wolfmaster. Yeah, that's not something new for the setting. I introduced psionic stones from the facility. So there's the Mind Stone, the Form Stone, and the Soul Stone. These are all items that the players could have got. They got a few of them. I believe in total there was one of each that was found. So, Form Stone allows you to, after you attune to it, successfully increase one of your ASIs by 1. A Soul Stone gives you a random feat. And then the Mind Stone gives you a weapon, tool, or skill proficiency you didn't have. Infinity Stones? No. They were deeply traumatizing and would basically show you the life of the creature of whoever like harvested them. So, for example, Yuria used the Mind Stone, and she got the memories of Erdan, an elven painter and artist who was renowned for his artistic beauty. The Empire, which is the Illithid Empire, got their hands on him and harvested him for parts, effectively. But somebody within the Empire kept his mind, his memories, and cataloged them within the Mind Stone for whatever purpose. It wasn't entirely clear. But she had to relive basically his entire life up until the point where he got caught and then harvested. And it was deeply traumatizing for everybody involved. I know this is a bit of a big ask from but if I can ask for one border, one background, and one weapon, I can try and whip something up for what I have in mind. Granted, I can also do it without. I'm pretty scuffed. Matt, no, it's all right, brother. Hold on. He hasn't sent me like individual borders. Give me a second. Let me send what I have. One moment. Said you needed a border. Is it possible? Get the border for without. Look at the border in the background. There we go. Sinju. Holy shit, 8 months, brother. Thank you very much. I just woke up. Hope all of you are doing good tonight. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for that. I'm a little like scatterbrained right now, right? My thoughts aren't fully forming in my head. So yeah. But while I wait for that, Legion, let me send you the cards I do have. All right, there we go. Let's see. Let me pull back up my thing. That's what I should work on. Mithril. Ooh. Man, oh man. Speaking of cards, I've gained a box of old magic items cards for D&D because of a good friend. Oh shit, nice. What is the general sort of lore of Mithril? Isn't it usually always made by the dwarves? Isn't Mithril usually like their big thing? Or one of their most coveted things? Let's see. Let's pull up a little bit of lore. Or let's see what D&D says. It's a mineral that can be found in mountain ranges and the Underdark. Mithril, also spelled, or Mithral, also spelled Mithril, also known as true metal among the dwarves, is a precious metal produced from ore found in the Underdark, as well as mountain ranges in certain areas of Faerun, such as the Sword Coast. Mithril ore appeared as a silver and black mineral in natural form and became a shining silvery blue when it was forged. Huh. Very, like, actually very little on the wiki. That is, very strange. Let's. Oh, that's like. I was expecting it to be so much more, given how sort of everywhere it is. But there's like nothing. Like 2 paragraphs. Huh. Well, fuck it. Let's come up with a cool name. What else would Mithril be named aside from just Mithril? What's sort of like a very sort of like wizard name for it? Quicksilver? Blue Heart. Define wizard name like a moniker, an epithet. Something that a pretentious wizard would call it instead of its like actual name. Myriad Steel, Dark Steel, Blue Heart, Soul Steel, Billium, Eiffel. Like Vecna's Brass or something? Mythic Iron? Feather Steel? Azure Ore? Shiny. Dark Steel. I feel like Dark Steel, like a much more like evil thing. Also, Soul Steel. That sounds like something a bad guy would make their sword out of. Weapon comprised of soul steel. Is Mithril usually dark? It's described as being silver and black as an ore. And then when it gets refined, it becomes like a soft blue. I want Mithril to be important. I want the party, if the party gets their hand on Mithril, I want it to be rare. I want it to have actual significance. Like where something even like a Mithril shirt should have genuine weight behind it. Rar steel. Can it hold enchantments? So at least for D&D, at least how it's described in the wiki, Mithril has like a strange property that when spells are cast on it, it has a much higher chance to actually take the magic. The caveat being that it can basically affect it in a completely different way. Magisteel? Magisteel's not bad. But that Magisteel almost has like a very like corporate feel to it. Mythsteel? A bit on the nose. Mithril 2? Mithril squared. How did Mithril come to end up in the D&D world? Is it like a meteorite? It doesn't explain its origins, which I guess is something we should do. It doesn't explain its origins. It just says that it's found in mountain ranges and in the Underdark. Arcane Heart? That's what I was just thinking, Jayhawk. I was like, maybe it'd be best if I wrote something first. Again, my brain's scattered right now, so. Ooh. That's what happened. Father plucked third old star. Gifted it orbs. Failed. The Allfather plucked from the night sky the third oldest star in the cosmos, granted and gifted it to the dwarves for their loyalty and strength. They did not plant it to a tree like humans. Now, they instead returned it to Eranar. The sky became dark. First. Maybe is there a creature that is more affected by Mithril? Griffin's Bane? Ooh, okay. Star Shards, usually that's already a thing. Yeah, I want Star Shards to be sort of like its own thing. The Allfather plucked from the night sky the third oldest star in the cosmos and gifted it to the dwarves for their loyalty and strength. They did not plant it into a tree like humans and elves. They instead returned it to the Eranar when the sky became dark with the first eclipse. Worried at the lacking star. Makes the dark. Sure that all other suffer in the darkness. Give up their light sky. Fell metal? Maybe it's a reference to the plucked star, how it technically fell from a high place. Ooh, see, I like that, Issa Job. The issue is that I use fell so much. Like, when I describe rituals, usually it's like a fell ritual that I'm describing. Or it's, fell magics. Basically, these dark, insidious magics are generally what I describe when I use fell. So I feel like if I called it that, my players who've been playing with me for forever would be like, "Oh shit, Mithril's evil." I also like those called gem, and I like the idea of setting up the mythos as well. They instead returned it to the Aranar, where the sky became dark. When the sky became dark with the first eclipse, worried that the lacking star would make the world dark forever, and to assure that all others would not suffer in the darkness, they would give up their gift and return light to the sky. Humbled by the actions of Dwarf, the Allfather turned but only the light. Not only would they be granted the light of this star within their souls, it would use its powers to create numerous only would they be granted the light of the star within their souls. He would use its power to create numerous. He would use its powers to create new and serious horrors. Tarot jamming. I also feel like I feel like my players would be a little upset though. When the Allfather plucked from the night sky the third oldest star in the cosmos and gifted it to the dwarves for their loyalty and strength, they did not plant it into a tree like humans and elves. They instead returned it to the Aranar when the sky became dark with the first eclipse, worried that the lacking star would make the world dark forever, and to assure that all others would not suffer in the darkness, they would give up their gift to return light to the sky. Humbled by the actions of the dwarves, the Allfather turned their star into a blessing. Not only would they be granted the light of this star within their souls, he would use its powers to create new and mysterious ores throughout the earth for them to find. So, great question. I guess we should name it, right? I haven't named the other two. Oh no, I did. What am I saying? I did name them. Great question. I like that, Jamin. We should give it a dwarvish name then. We should give it a dwarvish name. Hey, Beta. Let me dot Thorlin Silver Flame. This would be the blue flame. HD 140283 is the third oldest star. I love that they just give it a numerical name. Eluine and Thorlin. Eluine. Golden. And this will be the blue flame. Because I feel as though the dwarves or wizards would refer to Mithril as something related to the star. True. I'm actually working on a homebrew creature right now. I get to listen as well. Oh, dope. What are you working on? I guess Super Rock is a little too mundane. Super Rock sounds like something we would name like something now, right? Like, oh, that's a dwarf star. That's a super rock, you know, things like that. Creating an aquatic siren. Oh. Hey, CPO. Need some dwarf names for a very old star. The First Forge? Only because of how stars are hot. I get what you're going for. More so, I need like a dwarven name. Like Thazkradun. Things like that. I just noticed the 1 year sub badge looks hella sick. Thanks, brother. Inkley made them. Korethor. Thorlun. Eluine. Korethor. Oh, shit. That's pretty good, Jayhawk. More like, holy shit, thank you very much for the 5 months. Incredibly kind of you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. I appreciate it. Korethor. I like that, Jayhawk. Oof. Sapphire? Do we want to go blue, or do we want to give it a more, like, I guess pretentious is the way to put it. A more pretentious color. Because we could just call it blue, but the other two flames are silver and gold. The azure flame. Orithor. Silver and gold are also linked to heraldry, along with azure. Big brain. All working out, baby. Among the most potent. Orithor's creations. Beautiful. What's the wording again? How do they describe it? Shining silvery blue. Beautiful silver ore that when refined became. Among the most potent of Korithor's creations was a beautiful silver ore. When refined, became a shining silvery blue. Aurum, gold, argent, silver, azure, blue maps pretty well. I always forget about Aurum. When the Allfather plucked from the night sky the third oldest star in the cosmos, Korithor. Cosmos and gifted to the dwarves for their loyalty and strength, they did not plant it into a tree like humans. Instead, returned it to the Aranar when the sky became dark with the first eclipse, worried that the lacking star would make the world dark forever, and to assure that all others would not suffer in the darkness, they would give up their gift to return light to the sky. Humbled by the actions of the dwarves, the Allfather turned their star into a blessing. Not only would they be granted the light of this star within their souls, he would use its power to create new and mysterious ores throughout the earth for them to find and create with. Among the most potent of Korithor's creations was a beautiful silver ore that, when refined, became a shining silvery blue that seemed to radiate power. I asked for a weapon? Hey, give me a second. The Davian. My God, cheers to you. Thanks for sticking around for 15 months. Holy shit. My God, thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long, brother. incredibly kind of you. LR sounds cool as hell. Nice. Thanks. What can Mithril do? What is Mithril capable of doing? When properly fine, this magical metal leaks. Magical metal easily leaks. Properly refined. Magical metal. More restricted. When properly refined, this magical metal is the most receptive to magic cast upon it. As champ. You have a system in your world where magic can be pulled from an item and placed in another, or enchanted with items? Technically, yes. I have stuff like Residuum. Although I probably want to rename that too. But yeah, basically my players will always be able to find an ability or an item somewhere in the world that will be able to draw power from one item and bestow it upon another. Granted that that item is not like an ego item. If it has an ego or a personality or a soul bound within it, you're basically going to run the risk of unleashing whatever that is just out into the ether. Or potentially freeing it if it's bound to a weapon, right? But generally everything else, you should be able to pull the power from it in some way, shape, or form. Generally, the more powerful the item, the harder it'll be. And of course, the risk with it being an ego item, it having a soul in it, etc., etc. Properly refined, this magical metal is more receptive to magic cast upon it, such as enchantments or spells. These items are among the few that win the world ravaged by the spell plague. These items are among the few that when the world was ravaged by the spell plague, they remain unaffected. The players like to hint or tease about doing that with their magical items. Oh, like drawing the power from them? What would they hint or tease about that? That's almost like I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the wording on that. That sounds a little sadistic on the players' parts. Items forged. Which is weapon. So much so. Larger items. Hammers. Items forged from Mithril, such as weapons or armor, often described being brain. Alright, brain. Items forged from Mithril, such as weapons or armor, are often described as being incredibly light. Oh god. Are there magical or specific tool requirements to smelt and forge mithril? Good question, Jammin. I sort of want it to be. I want it to sort of have... So, you know, for those of you that are familiar with Game of Thrones, Valyrian steel, where there are like 3 smiths left in the world that can reforge Valyrian steel. That's what I want. I want mithril to be that like unique, where there are like only a handful of people in the world that are capable of working mithril anymore. Attempting to get it, like, to go any deeper into the Underdark has always been met with resistance. Kind of like old world Damascus or true Japanese steel. I am not familiar, Beta, but that sounds fucking cool. Trade secret, it needs Dragonfire and Platinum tools to work it? Interesting. Well, Sinju, Tyros is full of dragons. The Platinum tools I could see, though. Maybe not Platinum. This is a good Dragonfire Forge, I agree. The Dragonfire does sound fucking sick. The idea of like... The idea of a dragon's fire being the perfect blend of magic and intense heat that it can work mithril is dope. Hey, Super. Any secret properties of mithril? That's what we're trying to get through. That's what we're trying to figure out what I want. What I want from mithril. I almost want to get rid of adamantine and give adamantine's property to mithril. Where sort of like how in Lord of the Rings, spoilers, by the way, if you somehow are watching a D&D stream and have never seen the Fellowship of the Ring, a big spoiler ahead. I'm gonna give you exactly 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you muted. When Frodo gets stabbed and he's wearing the mithril shirt, and it looks like he fucking dies. And then they pull it back and they reveal, oh shit, no, he's totally fine. The mithril saved him, right? That in that moment is like a natural 20 being nullified. Where it turned a critical hit into a normal hit, but it got rid of the critical damage, right? That's what I think of when I think of Mithril. I don't think of Adamantine being that. I think of Mithril being that. Apologies if my design and aesthetic. Heads up, sending the thing. The thing. Yes. That's Jesus Christ, Super. That's fucking hot. Or not Super, Legion. That card looks fucking sick, brother. Holy shit. A cave troll. Oh, Legion. I just got the background and the card separate. The border and the frame. Your card looks sick, brother. It looks fantastic. Mithril already has some special properties in D&D, so maybe Adamantine Mithril is a separate forging process than regular Mithril. I mean, I guess, right? I guess we can get to Adamantine later. I guess we could also just make something else for Adamantine, right? Like give the crit negation to Mithril. And then give Adamantine something else. Like Adamantine, maybe it has like spell resistance. So Adamantine's sort of like a warped version where Mithril is more magically enhanced. Adamantine sort of warps magic. Sort of gives you like magic resistance. Is it expected that Mithril is exceedingly rare? Like if you had to grade it, its value from 1 to 10. Oh boy. I want it to be, I don't know how to quantify it number-wise. Because I want it to be rare enough that the idea of players getting a Mithril item should be very exciting. Where like getting a Mithril item should be very exciting, and that there are very few people in the world who know how to work Mithril at all. Like if the players found Mithril bars, they would have to quest for a very long time to find a person who is capable of turning them into something useful. Rare. What?
Huh?
Did you say eh?
I said meh.
Meh?
Yeah, I'll just sell it for a shit ton of gold and then use that to fund minions to do my bidding for me rather than fighting personally. I'll make a guild or some shit.
Probably, yeah. I mean, you could.
Easy. I'll make a fort. Then I don't have to find the one guy who can make mithril weapons. I can instead find 86 people to do my work for me and kick back.
All regular Mithril does is remove disadvantage on heavy medium armor if they have disadvantage. It removes the strength requirement. Basically, it's lighter than regular metal. So you can just cut that property from the game entirely if you don't like it. True. Mithril items should be an incredible family treasure, rarer than rare. That's what I'm thinking. Like I'm thinking like if players find. Also, I agree with the idea that it should be like a lighter metal for like lighter armors. Like the idea of a full suit of plate armor being made out of mithril is fucking insane. Although I guess there are pretentious enough people, because there's a character in Game of Thrones that has like a full set of Valyrian steel armor.
You're basically the Mandalore at that point. And everyone thinks you're a shiny cunt, but you're also indestructible.
Beep, beep, beep,
so who cares what they think?
We got to whip me. Can I turn mithril bars into a mithril metal detector? Asking for no particular reason. Yeah, I guess. But then it turns out an enemy found someone to work with mithril and has a super mega scary weapon to use against the party. I mean, that's always fun too, right? Like you're fighting a bad guy and they pull out their weapon and it's a fucking like mithril sword. And the party goes, what? You could have mithril and mithril adamantine alloy. That's me liking exotic metals for no reason. I mean, we sort of want that feel, right? So I don't mind adamantine, like the adamantine alloy being a thing, right? I want mithril to be fucking cool, because right now in 5th edition, it is boring as shit. It gives you nothing in 5th edition.
What do you mean? You don't have to worry about disadvantage on stealth checks.
That's
nothing. Pog. That's so Pog. Think about it.
Nothing.
No longer is the rogue rolling their eyes every time you try to walk into a dungeon.
Oh, that's so boring.
What do you mean? Come on, come on.
Have you thought about including levels of purity or a type of grade? I have not, Whisper. Although that could be good. Can you mix mithril with other metals like silver for fighting Fae? I guess. I guess that begs the question, how is cold iron made?
Cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't you played Conan? No. Okay. Then I guess you won't understand. The Ice Forge, you know.
Cold iron was the type of iron mined deep underground. It was forged using a special process at lower temperatures than normal coal, iron, or steel in order to preserve its delicate properties. It was framed for its efficacy against Fey creatures. It was also effective against Eladrin and demons. Just because it was fucking mined deeper in the ground? I'll tweak the card some more. That quality won't fly with my superiors. What? Legion, that looks fucking sick. What are you talking about? I wish I could even do that. I wish I knew the process of how you did that. If you were a monk, could you get a magical mithril chain dart that comes back to you so you can be Scorpion? Yeah, I don't see why not. That'd be cool. I was like the idea that you just had to pressure forge cold iron. That you can't heat it during the or it loses those properties. I also like that, Mr. Pylon. I think that's a pretty cool idea. Maybe the main group of people that know how to forge mithril adamantine are the deep gnomes, the Svirfneblin? You could have smiths who aren't adepts. My old dungeon master did something like that, Nat. We found we found mithril bars, and we there were no living smiths around anymore who could properly refine it. So if we took it to a guy, he had like a lower percent chance to actually make anything with it. So it was a big risk. The only thing we could do was go out and find old books and basically bring those books back to this smithy, and hope that he reads them so he could potentially improve the percent chance to make something with it. I'll go in 5 minutes because they need to use my bike to go to work tonight. Have a nice night. I'll catch the VOD. Rest well, Sinju. Have a good time at work.
Survive.
Survive.
Objective, survive.
Like mithril might arise and mix with certain volcanic rocks or something. Give it different expressions. What do you mean different expressions, Whisper? Like it mixes with more carbon and gains a springiness. Interesting.
How about you spring this? Pants grab.
Okay.
Good.
You know, I want there to be 2 types of mithril. I want there to be how the dwarves make mithril and how the elves make mithril.
What about humans? Do they just suck Lamau?
Fuck them.
Fuck. What about the dragon?
They don't live long enough.
You're telling... Yikes, brother. Holy shit. What about the Dragonborn?
What about them?
What about the Dragon Knights? Do they get mithril? Is there a dragon out there that just hoards mithril? Because he's an asshole? It's like, oops, all mithril. He's just like, no, I don't want anything else.
The people's mithril. I imagine I imagine there was a dragon at some point that hoarded mithril.
He's got,
probably during the Age of Woe.
Yikes. Instead of like a giant pile he sleeps on, he has like 2 small crates. Everyone's like, dude, that's kind of lame. And then they open it up and it's all mithril.
And they're like pallets.
Yeah.
That's it? Just those 2 things? And then he pulls off the tarp and it's just a pallet full of mithril bars. And they go,
oh my god.
Is that mithril?
Yeah. Yeah. Pure.
You can't have any.
We could forge an army. Yeah, you could.
How do you feel about mithril ores attracting monsters for unspecified reasons? That'd be pretty cool. I love that shit. The sting or whatever the weapon's called, when he draws it because goblins are near. I fucking love that. It's so cliche, but I love it.
Wait, what do you love?
The idea of a weapon like possessing a quality, like how Sting does when it glows when orcs are near, or orcs or goblins are near.
Oh, you like racist weapons? Gotcha.
I already do. I love weapons that gain better bonuses when you fight that specific creature.
This weapon specifically targets Caressians. Everyone slow turns.
Like a weapon,
anyone from that continent.
Like a weapon of giant slaying.
Hate them.
Gives you a +1 normally, but when you fight giants, that motherfucker jumps to a +3. I think that's so dope.
What do giants hate us? We make literally racist
We
weapons.
slaughtered them, brother.
What the fuck? I mean, I can't talk. Compromise literally has a fuck you to Fiends and Fae. And then proceeded to stab him with it, and the fucking dagger proceeded to yell racial slurs at her.
Lost 5 relationship pips with that stab, by the way.
Why do you have that?
She
Compliment shrugs.
never went near you again, by the way.
Good. Know your place.
I have an interesting property for Mithril to maybe have it represent its affinity for magic. Maybe have it so when a buff or helpful spell is cast on someone wearing Mithril armor, the effects are improved slightly. I cast a blast on a fighter in Mithril armor. Oh, I like that, Jayhawk. That's pretty good. Well, I'm more talking about what if the raw ore exposed to air begins to attract monstrosities or undead. Oh, shit. Like, just the raw ore is enough to, like, attract monstrosities? That's pretty sick.
What's that smell?
Something about the purity of the metal, like, compels evil creatures to attack it.
You mean like those items in Dark Souls that like make people aggro to you sooner that no one uses?
Yeah, Shaburi's Woe and shit like that.
Shit no one uses? Because it's a meme Batman? Or the chattering skulls that you got from Dark Souls?
Yeah.
Shit no one uses? And
Rhea
you
gives
pick
you
them
one.
up?
You're my best friend. You always cared about me. Here you go. What is this? This literally attracts monsters towards
It's
me.
me lucky charm.
Gives you a thumbs up. What?
This literally could not help me. In fact, I couldn't think of something you could give me that would be worse.
This is detrimental to my health. You could have given me like a dung pie and I'd have been better off.
Literal,
Is this a
like,
threat? Are you trying to tell me something, Ray? It's like getting named the Trollbane for a weapon that's been killing so many trolls. Yes. In an RPG I played, the monsters were attracted to the main magical ore that used the world's tech in its raw state to consume it. Ooh, to eat it? Oh, what would you get for eating raw mithril? That'd be pretty fucking gnarly.
Why would you? What?
What's the fuck, what's the monster in D&D that eats like raw unprocessed gems? There's a creature in the Underdark who like burrows through the earth and they specifically eat. Is it Zorns? God, I fucking love D&D. God, I love D&D. Treasure sense. The Zorn can pinpoint by scent the location of precious metals and stones, such as coins and gems within 60 feet of it. I love that. I think that's so fucking cool. You got a special appetite.
Delicious.
I like to sprinkle some diamond dust on top of my golden ore when I eat.
Salt bay it up with some diamond dust. Having raw mystical ore running through my veins sounds pretty cool. I imagine there are some dwarves who hire Zorns with rubies to sniff out mithrils. Oh shit. Yeah. They tame a Zorn and feed it sort of like their lesser gems.
Like the pigs they use to sniff out truffles.
Yeah. Except it's sniffing out mithril.
I could imagine dwarfs doing that. The weird fuckos.
You roll up, you see like 3 dwarves. Like, hey, what are you guys doing? They go, oh, what's that? Oh, don't worry about it. You might want to step away from there, though. This fucking monstrosity looms outside of the wall. Its weird, multi-limbed body, mouth on top of its head.
Uh-oh.
Oh, don't worry about it. He don't bite. Watch. Hey, you don't have any money in your pockets, right?
Well, of course I have money in my pocket.
Oh, God! Oh, he don't bite.
Yes, I do!
Truffle picks. I love that. I love the idea of dwarves taming Zorns to find Mithril. Like, oh man. I like the idea that Mithril is still present in the world, but the world below is so dangerous that getting to Mithril is a whole endeavor. To even get to the mines, where you could start a mine to get to Mithril, requires so much setup and prep that it's almost not worth it because of the monsters that come spilling out of the world below when you do it. So smaller select teams going in with Zorns to basically carve out like paths to Mithril. Pretty fucking dope. Actually, what if Mithril weapons and armor attaining legendary status effects over time is a feature? Like, say, a hammer that's been wielded by a paladin and you use smite with it, so it then becomes a radiant touched and monstrous against undead and fiends over time. That's pretty fucking cool.
This is basically fantasy Deep Rock Galactic. I hope you know that. Rock and stone, they say. To the bone.
I mean, I haven't written up much for the dwarves in my setting, so I've written up for the dwarves in the east, not the west. And I have to get it quick. Yeah, oh my god, it is Deep Rock Galactic.
Yep.
Holy shit, the fucking bugs roll out to try and get the mithril that you're harvesting.
You gotta go through some ancient
holy shit, the Zorn's your Betty or whatever?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
There's just like backpacks slapped all up on the sides of the horns. You just dump minerals. You gotta slam its nose every time it tries to eat one of the bags.
Holy fuck.
Lay off, Molly.
You have to feed it like you have to harvest other minerals while you're down there to
Yeah.
Holy shit. New one-shot Deep Rock Galactic campaign?
True.
All dwarves.
Nice.
That's right, baby. One deep gnome.
I do like that though, Legion. I think that's pretty cool. That the more I like that it is like affected by its user, right? So a paladin gets a mithril hammer. And the more they use it to fight undead and everything like that, the more it becomes sort of tuned towards that. Where it's very receptive to magic. So when you start using it in certain ways, it starts sort of acclimating to that. Makes me wonder what the price of said mithril would be. Cost of gathering a team, cost of going down, cost of mining, cost of defending the operation. That's got to be a pretty chunk of change. I would think so, yeah. I would think it would have to be a considerable investment. And it would probably be guild oriented. Where guilds would be, the guild would be doing this. Maybe a weapon like the Sun Sword used to be Mithril Blade. Ooh, that's pretty fucking cool. When in its off is said various creatures often drawn sun, wishing to consume.
That just doesn't sound healthy.
Powerful.
What kind of creature would need, like, what kind of digestion system would you need to fucking digest mithril? Or chew it?
Great question.
Disgusting. I don't want to meet any of these creatures.
When in its raw form, it is said that nefarious creatures are often drawn to the scent, wishing to consume the raw mithril to become more powerful. There are stories. Ghouls.
Why is it always ghouls?
Maybe the orc race can eat it if possible. Orcs not. Orcs aren't inherently evil in my setting, brother. Orcs have a sort of Eastern aesthetic. They're sword masters, sword saints. They sort of live by that code of Bushido and everything like that.
Paul almost found out.
Very close.
He was one roll away from having a lot of questions.
Grabs Uria.
What is that?
Why blade here?
Where'd you get that? Yeah, what? Squeezes. "30 successful encounters before they take in the attributes of the wielder." Orcish samurai. My brother will either love that or hate it. Should mithril be put into wands and staffs to improve the school of magic they cast with? Interesting. Maybe? Saros. Thrushgorn was a creature that preyed upon the feelings of grief and loss. Once held to be a breed of Tanari demons from the Abyss, they were later said to be shadow creatures from Shadowfell. They resembled undead demons. They were in fact manifestations of the Shadowfell and fragments of Death Incarnate. 3 kinds were known: Soul Rippers, Reapers, and Death Lords. Wow.
What?
These guys sound fucking brutal.
The fuck? I went to get chicken. I come back and talking about Death Lords.
Talking about Sorrowsworn. They're a type of undead demon.
Wait, what? Why are those two in the same category? How does a demon become undead?
Great question. Technically, undeath is a demonic thing, so.
Oh. Fair enough.
Yeah, like Orcus is the Lord of Undeath, and he is a demon.
Oh. So I guess that means like the Hells don't use the undead that much.
No. The undead for them are like your Hellwalkers.
I thought those were just devils. What?
They're spirits.
Oh.
So technically, a spirit coming back is a form of undeath. But like manipulation over, like, I don't see Hell having necromancers, but the Abyss definitely does, if that makes sense. Like, for the Hells to have undead, that needs to be the souls that have come to Hell. They can't just go to the material realm and just raise bodies.
Oh.
It's a very demonic thing. There are stories of ghouls who have eaten raw mithril, transformed. Strong enough. And stone.
Sounds like, maybe I'm just projecting that demons and like demon undeath is more like the horde skeleton shit, and your devils are going to be more like your elite. Few soldiers, but strong.
I'd say so. Like, when I think of undeath for the Abyss, I think of a legion of skeletons.
Right.
Walking in step with each other. When I think of undeath for the Hells, I think of a soul being projected or pushed into a body and taken
Revenants
over.
And shit.
Yeah.
I feel like some would call that a very thin line.
It's very thin. Incredibly thin. One of my favorite things is watching a Warhammer review and seeing the undead units for the vampires and how they fucking march in step with each other.
The entire skeletal row all marches at the same time because it's just one guy. Yeah.
I think that's cool as fuck. Because they're not people, right? It's one dude commanding them to march.
Some of them are people.
Push that little tidbit out of the way. Anyway, they're not
all
people.
Right, let me hear. The base troops are literally just animated shit.
Yeah.
It's not until you get to like the whites and the
oh yeah, that's the same thing, right?
The high ranking stuff that has like their own like they start moving more human.
Whites, ghasts, things like that. Those are when undeath starts to shift from mindless undead to has a level of sentience and cunning to it. It's no longer just a husk. It is something inhabited by a spirit.
Yeah. When undeath takes off the robes and flexes.
Exactly. Are you dictating your fucking obituary to me, Belmont? Silly joke for you. If you have someone who dies and comes back, they're undead. If you kill them again, they become re-dead. Gross. Maybe mithril armor are a very noble or rich class preference of armor. Yeah. I want armor to be...
Is adamantine more rare or less rare than mithril?
Great question. I don't even know how I feel about adamantine.
Adamantine's nuts.
I like adamantine for its nullifying crit property, but...
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that.
Mithril is a highly coveted metal due to its adaptive nature and high resonance magic.
Source, trust me, bro.
Holy fuck. What do the dwarves make theirs with? Because I know what the elves make theirs with. Star shards.
Pretentiousness? Oh, yeah.
The elves take star shards and mithril and make their own version. Their own metal. Dwarves take something and mithril and make their souped up version. What the fuck do the dwarves use? Volcanic hearts. What do we think? Yeah, super. Yes. I said volcanic hearts. You said volcanic cores. Boom, baby. The heart of a volcano.
Dirt 2.
No, Ronish. No.
No.
Makes the process a lot more personal, doesn't it?
Maybe if you're making something for yourself. I think if the rich were going to make something out of mithril, I think they'd make like a chess set. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't think it'd be like there should be somebody who gathered enough mithril to make a set of armor somewhere in the world.
And that's like their nickname is like the Mithril Prince or some shit.
Exactly. Like that is their whole fucking
That's their bit.
shtick.
That's their bit, bro. He's like, I did it for the bit. I committed. And it only bankrupted my entire country.
Like, yeah, that's there has to be somebody.
That one guy.
And he knows nothing about it. He just wears it to look fancy.
I thought it looked neat.
Holy shit, he's the beautiful guy from Warhammer who has like the mirror
Sigvald.
shield and shit. Yeah.
Sigvald.
That's him. That's him. That's the guy who got his whole armor in mithril.
Behold, look what I've done. Everyone looks at him. Why? Is that a trick question?
Looks around. Are you fucking dumb?
Are you not impressed?
Like the Ebony Knight from Skyrim? I'm afraid I don't know who the Ebony Knight is.
The Ebony Warrior. The guy who appears when you hit level 80, he's like, fight me. You're so strong.
I'll be honest, I never hit level 80 at Skyrim. I think the mask I got was like 60.
I don't think I ever got to level 80.
How do you play Skyrim for that long?
You hard grind, you just find a cheesy way to level.
Oh.
I don't think I ever got that high.
Guess that'll do it.
Illusion magic, baby.
Oh, okay. I see. We do a little trolling.
I do like that super. The closest they can get to like a dragon's heart. And in Tyros, it makes sense they don't want to kill the dragons, right? They need to find the next best thing, which is volcanic hearts.
Otters.
I like that. Dwarves are known. Going in. Mithril. Rare. Burial.
Look at that. Inspiration straight out of Conan.
What?
What?
Right at Conan. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure. You got the Fire Forge and the Ice Forge, dog. You even got Star Metal in there. That's so cool.
No, Star Metal's its own thing.
No. It's in Conan. You make ice weapons out of it, right? And fucking not obsidian. Whatever the fuck the late game shit is.
So I have something like that already, Super. Wraith Steel, Shadow Steel, is quenched in the blood of innocence.
What?
Birthed in the Shadow Forges and the ruins of Thoralir on the Islands of Glass, these vile weapons require the cruelest sacrifice to make, the cost of a mortal soul. It is said that when a new weapon is to be made for the Iron Court, that villages and towns will experience horrible raids by Fists of Morlings and Tainted, capturing numerous mortals and ferrying them to the Islands of Glass where they are to be sacrificed. Some believe that the more souls given to a weapon, the more powerful it will become.
He said come.
What's with you today?
Why do you
What's
come?
with you today?
What? What do you mean?
You're more Reddit than usual.
I didn't think that was possible. That's not true. I haven't said actually yet. I haven't mansplained to you about D&D or DMing. A subject I know nothing about, but might pretend to know. And will fight you for repeatedly. Even if it's clear that I'm wrong.
Well, I guess Shadow Steel could be souls. Daedric weapons are made by soaking them in a tank filled with the blood of a Daedric heart.
Oh. Ew.
Yeah.
That just sounds insanitary.
Do demons have hearts? The demons sacrifice to make a demon weapon for other demons? Why not make it that corundum can only be that of rock elementals in the coldest regions? What? Does D&D have any difference between quenching and tempering? I don't think so, no. Usually the quenching is like the end of the process, right? You quench the freshly made item, and that's sort of like the end of the process. Whereas tempering is like repeated. It's you heat it up, you temper, you heat it up, you temper, right? Whereas quenching's the end. Quench to harden and temper to add flexibility. Oh, there you go. There's me talking out of my ass.
So Reddit.
Tempering is quench it twice, hardening the metal. Makes it more durable. Maybe make adamantium on its own too heavy and brittle to be used. But its properties can be passed down to other weapons and armors. How about a complete antithesis to that dark weapon? Requires a life freely given and offered to create the weapon rather than taking a sacrifice? Ooh.
Martyr's Blade.
Interesting. You need to get a willing soul to make this item. That's pretty cool. It's a crystallized aluminum oxide used in making alloys and steel. Oh, shit. I don't know if we want to get that noodly. Where I'm like breaking down specific alloys. I tried that at the start. And it was like, okay. Brewers are known for joining Mithril with a rare material called volcanic hearts. Incredibly dangerous. This process is incredibly dangerous and requires considerable care. So maybe corundum for rock elementals, cold regions is required to create a mithril steel alloy, or in plain speak, a mithril ingot. Oh, so they would need this specific rock element to be able to make a steel alloy. Or perhaps a great warrior wields the weapon, and when they die in glorious battle, and they are willing, they bind their soul to their blade and make the antithesis. See, with that, that's how you get ego weapons, Jayhawk. a warrior, like a great warrior, dies, and as a result, their soul is bound to their blade, and it inhabits their spirit. Or like a regular mithril sword that only realizes its true potential when the original wielder sanctifies and blesses it with their own life force and self stabs. Holy shit.
Oh my god. Metal.
Very metal. Star Shard and a Rock Elemental Corydnum. AC peak or damage. Maybe. Is an aluminum oxide that commonly forms in hexagonal barrel-shaped prisms that taper at both ends and thin tabular hexagonal plates. It has a hardness of 9 on the Mohs scales, making it one of the most durable commercial gemstones. It has no dominant cleavage and fractures in codial manner. Looks very pretty. Maybe the mithril made items in the volcanic hearts are thought to be. Oh, see, I was thinking of making volcanic hearts like an actual like gem, like a thing that can be broken down to make a unique alloy for the dwarves. Like, that's what they make to make their unique alloy. Although I guess using a volcanic heart. Oh no, because I like the idea of them using dragons. What's pig iron? Dwarves are known for joining mithril with rare material called volcanic hearts to make alloys. This process is incredibly dangerous and requires considerable care to ensure the volcanic heart doesn't crack before it can be used. It's said to be among the hottest things in the world, second only to the heart of dragons who can. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Super. The way that they get volcanic hearts are from already erupted volcanoes. And it is sort of like this this massive sort of gem or geode or stone of some sort that forms in that sort of epicenter. Hey, Anubis. Oh shit, thank you very much for the 13 months, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Also, holy shit, I didn't see this until just now. My bad. Sparks. Thanks for 15 months.
Oof.
My god. Thanks for sticking around, dork. If Mithril has a divine origin and is so magical, why not make working it spiritually and physically taxing? Like an artisan has to really put a piece of their soul into it. It needs time to recover afterward. That's pretty cool, Mr. Pylon. I like that.
Guys, I'm gonna ruin it. Well, maybe not. We're just reinventing the rings from Lord of the Rings.
I tap the mic. Hey, I point at.
I'm just saying,
I point at my Allfather. That's Eru Iluvatar right there.
Hey, look, I didn't say. Okay, look, I didn't say it was a bad thing necessarily. I did say I was gonna ruin it, but I took that back. I'm just letting you know we're making the One Rings, but it's they're swords. So of course, it's perfectly legal.
I point again.
Stop it.
I point at the gods. You see those Aranar?
Ugh, no.
Yeah.
I try not to.
Yeah. I push them out of the way. And I peel back some of the letters. Those are the Aratar.
What?
Oh.
No.
They're the greatest. The
What?
greatest of the Valar.
What? Aluva who?
I stole it all. Nothing's
Stole my
original
what?
in my setting.
Next, you're gonna tell me there are two like magical, funny balls that the elves really want, but were stolen.
What? I haven't made the Somerels yet. I will.
Oh, you will? Is that a threat?
I will. I will make the Somerel somewhere. I'll make multiple of them.
Understood.
Some way, shape, or form. Because why not? Big iron is an iron with a fuckload of carbon in it. Super heavy and brittle, normally harvested from swamps. Big iron is the base form of iron without other elements altering physical and chemical content. Interesting.
This is where we learn that the Iron Crown was actually originally created by the elves, and the cult is surrounded by the corruption of this object.
What?
Crazy.
I would never.
It's based off of the Iron King we know as previously an elf. Wait a minute.
What?
Leans in. DM.
Huh?
DM is the Iron Crown, an object that was corrupted by demons.
What? No.
Is that why they're all about corrupting good people?
That'd be insane.
It's because DM
Huh. What's up?
is the Iron Crown all about corrupting good people and people in charge? Because the Iron Crown was originally a relic that was
I would never do that.
made by the elves during the old age
I would
when
never
elves
do that.
ruled Tyros.
I would never do that.
DM.
Next question.
All right.
Can I
glad.
get these? Zebus, can we get these questions curated next time? Don't let these
Sure.
fucking whack jobs in here to just ask whatever they want. I don't want to be ambushed during these interviews. Okay.
Got you, boss. I'll make
Can't
sure
hide
everyone else gets the memo.
You can't hide the truth.
You know what? Escort Mr. Sizzle outside, please.
Hey, hold on.
Through the back
Very good
entrance.
stuff.
Hold on, wait a minute. You can't do this.
Sir, come this way with
Do
me.
this to me.
I built this company.
No. You can't do this to me.
You know how much I had to sacrifice?
Is this setting purely medieval fantasy? Yesn't.
No.
Don't look at the artificers, or
Me.
I push the illithids, or
Hey, wait.
way too low below the ground.
But DM, I say, pointing at my own chest piece. What about this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
DM, what about this? What about those points at the drones?
What about that? Points at Kellen's weapon. Quote unquote.
What's that?
All right, Zebus, escort yourself out.
Ooh, classic mistake.
Maybe humans are too wimpy. I feel like if as a human to learn, I mean, I guess it'd be cool, right? Like you're one of the few humans in the world who's learned to work mithril, but it's also like, why? You gave up so much of your life to do that.
Yeah, if you're giving up your like a piece of yourself to make mithril better fucking like do some shit, brother. That better be some goddamn good ass mithril. That's like holy grail levels of epic.
Tyros is mostly medieval piece of job. It's very Arthurian inspired, where there's like, you know, monstrous mythical creatures that sort of haunt the land. There's fables of legendary heroes and mythical kings and things like that. So it's very generic in a sense that it doesn't stray too far from the things that inspired it. Because I'm a hack.
Inspired. You're not a hack.
In Dragon Age, only dwarves can handle lyrium, which is their magic metal, but it's toxic to everyone else. Anyway. Lobotomized mages can handle them too. That's because Dragon Age has messed up lore. Lobotomized mages.
Huh.
Why? Why are they lobotomized? I mean, I get it. Wizards, am I right? But
oof. Finally, put them in their
place. What part of the brain do you lobotomize that you would get rid of something but still have the capability to do that?
Oh.
Dragon Age is messed up? I don't know. They sound pretty based if they're doing that to mages. Sounds pretty good if they're doing that to mages, if I'm being honest.
Jesus.
You know what? Divinity had it right. Lock
yeah,
up all
Divinity
the spellcasters.
too. Yeah. Ironically, it wasn't all the spellcasters. Funny enough. People casted shit all the time, including the people locking up the spellcasters. It's just sorcerers.
All the sorcerers.
Yeah, all the innate spellcasters who were born with magic. Yeah, fuck those guys.
You're a
losers. Clerics, fine. Wizards, I guess. Sorcerers,
towing that fucking line, wizard.
Gagging. Me looking at people born with magic or making deal with outer gods to get magic.
Kill
Rose up in mouth. What I'm saying is Yuri would be extremely toxic in Divinity.
Elves' process, however, requires much more time, dedication, needing to harvest fallen star shards. If I remember correctly, mages draw their power from another plane, which makes them susceptible to being possessed. I mean, yeah. That's sort of like you're sort of like pulling from the warp, right? Like,
kind of. You're basically, you're pulling from the same place that like souls come from. So.
I just feel like a demon would hitch a ride when you're trying to cast Fireball. Like that's what I'm thinking.
They might. But hey, a Fireball. Shut up.
I'm just thinking of a bright wizard in the back. Just pew, pew, pew. And then they cast down their fourth Fireball and a fucking demon of corn just goes, just works its way in.
You. Imagine demons of corn possessing wizards.
Hey, it's just body taking. Thank you.
Vomiting in my mouth.
Where's the muscle?
Yeah,
Where's
what
the
is
strength?
this?
That's what happens, right? It takes over the body and it goes, holy fuck,
Yikes.
I'm weak, and then just goes, self-detonate now!
Maybe.
Blood for the blood god!
Nice.
All of the Bretonnians look back. What?
This guy really just put a bright wizard in a Bretonnian army. I'm crying right now.
Yeah, I'm just making shit up.
This guy, fucking God. You should have stopped at that sentence. Imagine the school of wizards from Reichland giving Bretonnian bright wizards. I'm literally fuming.
I can make up whatever army I want.
I'm getting on Reddit right now and telling you you're a fraud. You're not a real fan.
All the points work. It's all a blend.
I'll have you know, here in Bretonnia, only maidens cast magic. They have to have boobs and be hot to be able to cast magic. All right, because we're French.
True.
What do you call them?
Only maidens.
That's it?
That's what they're called. They're the maidens of the Lady of the Lake.
What's their magic look like?
Holy and shit. Suspiciously religious.
Oh, so they're like clerics.
Yeah, they're basically clerics. They're basically like divine warlocks, where the Lady of the Lake basically bestows magic upon them.
Oh, okay. So they're what, the celestial soul warlock or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's usually like life magic, shit like that. Yeah, it's sickeningly wholesome. Literally fuming right now.
Is there a magical college in your world?
Yes. Yeah, that bitch floats. Good luck finding it.
It do be floating, and it's probably gonna bounce from the setting for a while.
Oh.
Because there's 2 Wizard Kings currently back.
God damn it, DOA.
Don't worry, they'll have their time soon.
I'm sure the Arcanists had a great time discovering what happened at the vault.
The Arius Collegium was established back in the First Age, when powerful wizard kings ruled Aetus, creating a collegium for all gifted users of the arcane to study and learn. During the Age of Woe, it vanished, only to reappear sometime later, opening its doors once more to the wide world. Also known as the Novum Athenaeum, it is a magocracy ruled by a high sorceress.
All right, everyone, raise your hand if you think that a wizard king's going to show up and take over Arius, thus destroying the main source of magic in the country.
Is the Wizard King a level 20 plus character? Great. Sika. Yes. The Wizard Kings are the only characters capable in the world to cast 10th level spells.
Owned. Imagine.
They're very dangerous.
Yeah, they have a bit of power.
Currently, there are 2 active in the world. The Wizard King Balavar, first of his name, sovereign ruler of Erelor and the Moonless Lands, protector of the realm and defender of humanity, master of the arcane arts, evocation, the great storm, and hero of mankind. He wields the Ring of Storms. And the freshly christened God King Voradare, formerly the Wizard King Voradare, first of his name, sovereign ruler of Anorlur and dominion of the sun, protector of the realm and defender of humanity, master of the arcane arts, enchantment, also known as the radiant sun and hero of mankind. He wields his Ring of Dawn, given to him thoughtfully by the players of Secrets of Eris. Add on to wolves. How many wizards are doing creature experiments? They have already.
Oh, you know.
A lot.
Oh, you know.
In fact, all of the creatures that CTF are fighting right now, the basilisk, the phase spider, manticores, wizards.
Fucking wizards.
The first recorded sighting of a basilisk dates back to the Second Age, when wizards were able to get their hands on draconic eggs and conduct experiments on them. For years, their experiments went unnoticed until local towns began reporting abnormal stone statues of creatures and people around the edges of their homes. It wouldn't be until the Age of Woe when the wizards who made these monsters would perish during the ensuing wars, leaving these creatures to become an aggressive, invasive species of mutated draconoids. Basically, wizards came in, grabbed some dragon eggs, experimented with them, mixed and gene spliced a fuck ton, and then made basilisks. And then when the Age of Woe happened and a bunch of wizards were either outright killed or hunted because they're wizards and their wizards are responsible for the Age of Woe, their creations just sort of ran rampant.
Oops. I love killing the people who are both responsible, but also the only ones that have a solution. My favorite thing.
There are recorded Wizard Kings super. Not all of them are recorded or are remembered by history. Illusion, divination, abjuration, transmutation, conjuration, evocation, and enchantment. You will note there is no Wizard King of necromancy.
Well, clearly that means necromancy is the only good and safe magic to use. Smile. Or should I say, there's no Wizard King of magic of necromancy yet.
Feel like illusion would be hard to pin down? The Wizard King Vilthal, first of his name, sovereign ruler of Vimborand and the Evergreen Grove, protector of the realm and defender of humanity, master of the arcane arts, illusion, the king of two faces and the hero of elven kind. He wields the Ring of Lies. How are you going to fit in a Tarrasque? Tarrasque is like my apocalypse creature.
What do you mean fit in a Tarrasque?
Yeah, the King of Two Faces. I agree. What a title. Borodair is the radiant sun. Balavar is the great storm. Dalis is the builder of the cosmos. Thorvar is the unbreakable. Esdras is the fearless king. Kael'thal is the truth bearer, and Vilthal is the king of two faces.
Two faces? Only?
So every Wizard King a self-proclaimed hero of something? It's not self-proclaimed. Those are titles given to them. Because before the Age of Woe, the Wizard Kings were the most respected mortals in the world.
Ugh. Clearly this is the gods' fault. They forgot to take the titles off.
Like, they were the rulers of men, the rulers of elves, the rulers of dwarves, right? They were respected. There are people, even to this day, after the Age of Woe, thousands of years after the Age of Woe, still believe that the Wizard Kings were in the right.
They truly did nothing wrong. Smile.
That doesn't mean he's two-faced, right? Does it mean something more? It's more of a interpret it how you will. The King of Two Faces could mean there are two personalities. He gives you one while hiding the other. His whole thing is built on the idea of illusions. It's never the same person. I mean, he wields what is called the Ring of Lies.
That's my bit.
Enchantment erased the history of necromancy because he feared the Lord of Death. I've always wanted to do something with like Vecna.
All right, I found the alchemist.
What?
What?
I'm looking for stuff.
All right.
For alchemists?
Could he have a title that's a negative connotation? Like some people hated him? Oh, don't worry. The names of the Wizard Kings, this is purely like scholarly written. The titles of the Wizard Kings after the Age of Woe became synonymous with insults.
Yeah, we have a title for them. Piles of steaming shit.
Yeah, to be associated with the Wizard Kings after the Age of Woe is like a brand of...
Yikes.
A brand of to get shit on. I mean, there's whole like wars that were waged during the Age of Woe between groups of wizards that realized too late that they were backing the wrong side, and those that were like, we need to do it again. We were close.
Come on, guys, just one more time.
Come on, guys, we can punch the gods in the teeth. We can do this.
I mean, guys, we technically won, all right? The gods aren't here anymore. They moved. We did it.
I like the Wizard King thing because a lot of wizards, like when they get their big boy wizard pants, they do want to punch God in the throat. Like that's their overarching goal.
Yeah. Xerxes, it's the Wizard King era, the Second Age was the golden age. It was the pinnacle of creation for like humanity, where magic was in such abundance. The primeval current was channeled in such a way that everyday people had access to magic. The creation of fantastical items and trinkets and so many things were made during the Second Age. And then the Age of Woe happened when the mortals of the world rallied to the side of the Wizard Kings and marched upon the heavens. And in doing so, the All-Father split the world, closed the heavens to humanity, and ushered in the Age of Woe, or the Age of Darkness. So are we suggesting the next era, the time of players, will bring in the Age of the Silver Age? That's a good way to look at it. That the players have the potential of ushering in a better life for the people of the world.
We also have the potential to make it so much worse through good intention. Guys, it's the age of stillness right now.
Correct. The current title for this age is the Age of Stillness.
I don't think I could think of a more ominous title.
I mean, Ashield is trying to make a magical transport system that's can go horribly right and horribly wrong all in the same breath.
You crazy.
How many ages does your world have? So there's a time period before the ages were recorded, and then when time started being recorded. So it's thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Currently, from when time started being recorded to now, there are 5 ages.
Sick.
But whereas the Allfather, rumors said he is dead, there are many rumors about the Allfather's silence. However, the players of DOA learned through Ioun, the knowing mistress, that the Allfather is missing. That after the Age of Woe, he was never seen again. After he sundered the world, he was stricken with grief and basically retreated to his own sanctum. But when his children came to see him to seek guidance, he was not there. And
Coward.
that is what
Nothing.
And that is what sort of provoked Bahamut to act because of the Allfather's absence. Seeking wisdom from the Allfather and finding no answers, Bahamut took it upon himself to act, to help humanity when the forces of the Abyss marched upon the world and threatened one of the stars. Who is responsible for naming the ages, and are the ages named after what they contain or what they hope for? It's a blend where the names are either given afterwards, or are given during a point of which something or nothing has happened. Like a BC and AD, but it's this world, it's the before the written word and start of the written word. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Crack theory. The Allfather rebirthed himself as immortal to continue to be with his children. What is the TLDR of each age? Oh boy. Let's see. Hold on.
Quiz him now.
Get out the lore book.
The Years of Silence. TLDR. The Years of Silence concern the time before the creation of the world and the beginning of time itself. The Years of Silence are when Eormenir, the Allfather, was created or came into existence or has always existed, but has finally found some level of consciousness. And during the Years of Silence, the Allfather wandered through the darkness. One of his first actions, one of his first things that he did, was he discovered something small, insignificant, something strange and otherworldly, but as he held it close, it harbored within it a small light, a tiny flame. And he sort of tries to sort of breathe life into this thing. He's not sure what he is trying to give it. But he's sort of aware of the emptiness around him. Is the Allfather comparable to Odin? Like how Odin sacrificed his eye to gain knowledge? We're gonna get to that, Zer.
Hold your horses.
Funny enough, a lot of the Allfather is very comparable to Odin. Yes. So the first age, or the Years of Silence, are basically him making the world, him making the Aranar, his children, and him creating the stars. And in creating the stars, he pushed back the darkness. Next are the years of the choir, the second greatest time period in Adis, referencing the greatest creations made by the Aranar, man and elves, and the betrayal that would never be forgiven. During the years of the choir, Eormenir and his children, the Aranar, created Adis, the planet. And upon the planet created all of the things that we see, the trees, the mountains, the rivers, the water, created the sun, the twin moons, and created upon it by carving effigies, much like how Odin breathed life into a log of ashen elm. The Allfather breathed life into carved effigies of man and elf, and made the first mortals, and basically gifted them the world. I don't want to get too into it because there's a lot of like noodly bits that I sort of want to like keep like for people to find out. The biggest things that happened were him plucking from the cosmos two of the oldest stars in existence, the first two stars to ever be created. He plucked from them from the night sky and gifted them to man and elf. And that is the silver star Thorlun and the golden star Eluin, and gifted them to man and elf. And in doing so, they went to the other sides of this world, this planet that had been created, and planted them like a seed. Planted these stars into the earth and grew these fantastical sort of these trees that even when it was pitch black, when the darkness of the cosmos sort of encompassed the world, these lights, these blessings of the cosmos, the stars, granted the world light. Let's see. Is this when? Oh yeah, dwarves were also made during this time, and they carved underneath. They carved the mountains, and they carved the ravines, and sort of carved the edges of the world, and in doing so found the world below, the inside of Adis. But the issue is that Adis already had these numerous fissures and cracks within it, things not made by them, and they found within it the void. They found the abyss that had manifested itself and had eroded the inside of the planet, because when the Allfather pushed the void back, it destroyed its home. And it wanted revenge. The dwarves told the Allfather, and the Allfather basically went to smite the void. Basically went below the world to cleanse it of of this darkness, this entropy. In doing so, however, he found a meek and tiny creature, something that basically shuddered in the presence of his light. And when he saw it, when he met this entity, he learned its name. He is named Eormenir, or the Allfather. Mortals often call him Atos. The void called itself Maelormenir. Basically a mirror or a projection of the Allfather. And when he met it, he felt great shame because he had destroyed this entity's home when he made the stars, when he created light in the nothing. And he made a vow to Maelormenir and basically said, carve for me an effigy of anything you wish, of any creation you wish to make like my children, and I will breathe life into it. So you will experience the joys that my children have experienced, that you will enjoy the creation of life as I have. The Void was basically waiting for this moment. And the Void, Melormanir, created the effigies of dragons. And when the Allfather breathed life into the effigies, he made the first great worms. And the great worms tore from his chest his heart and fled. And Melormanir fled with them. And they absconded with the Allfather's heart. This was the first war. Zomarin, the Aranar of battle, led mortals, humans, elves, and dwarves to the south of the world, where basically Maelor had retreated and had carved his own section of the world and shrouded it in the smog of dragon fire and ash. And a great and terrible war was waged that cleaved mountains and sundered oceans. But they would return with the Allfather's heart, victorious, having banished Melormanir, and in doing so returned with 2 eggs. 2 great worm eggs that had yet to be hatched. And Eormenir felt within them great purpose and breathed life into both. The issue is that one took, and from it Bahamut was born. The other was corrupted beyond cleansing, and the breathing of life into it only made that power stronger. And from it Tiamat was born, soon to be known as the mother of all dragons. After that, that's when basically when he got his heart returned, that's when mortals started recording time.
Imagine coming together and be like, all right, guys, this is year 1.
I mean, it's basically that. With the fall of the Worms and Melormanir, the races of humanity meet at Eldrin to discuss how to deal with the destruction left in the wake of the battle. Great keeps are built near Eldrin to ensure the Elder Flame can be watched over by the Aranar and humanity. Melormanir constructs a wall of smoke and fog to obscure his actions in the south, rendering the location hidden from the eyes of gods. Thankuldar, Redmont, and Forlorn finish construction and stand poised, watching the south for any incursion of worms or voidborn. A band of humans travel south to discover a dense fog and smoke which obscures their vision. They return to the Aranar and inform them of what has happened, and the south is impassable. Several Aranar from the High Seat travel from the High Seat south, with a small force comprised of each race. The Aranar push through the wall of smoke and travel deep into the fog with the forces behind them. Those Aranar and their armies are attacked in the southern reaches of Adis, attacked by worms and strange beings who become known as demons. Their battle would last for over 100 years. In the southwest, the human capital of Danamor vanishes, as if plucked from the earth and taken elsewhere. Strange shadows begin to form in the west. All this shit happened. That's the prelude. That's right, baby. All of this is the prelude to what is currently the Age of Stillness.
At least until Amazon makes a movie out of it.
True. Yeah, they get on my cliff notes. Does that mean the material plane existed first from it? And from it sprang the rest of the other planes, like spiraling out of the center? So the way I've written the world is that from it, other forces either joined to the world or were birthed from the world. So, for example, the Feywilds basically connected to Adis. They were much different in the past. But when they connected to Adis, when Adis was made and they found like an anchoring point, they became more of the world as we saw it. Or how people see the Feywild now.
So it used to be very savage, is what I'm getting. Savage, ruthless.
It was more like it had no shape, if that makes sense. It was everything in the Feywild as we know it, but not given shape. Until it basically anchored itself to Adis and was given shape. So spirits existed, primal and otherwise, until it was given something that it could latch onto, and from it could create and change and morph. Because I've always loved the idea of primal spirits existing. Primordial soup, best way to put it. Like I love the idea of Ymir, right? Where Ymir is just that, like, born from the flames of like Muspelheim and like just all of these elemental, like these primal elemental currents that make him or them. Where they don't have like a face. You can't describe it. It is just a force of nature. But once it has something it can latch onto, once it has something that it can mimic or mirror, then it is given shape. And from it, new creations are born. So all of these things are just sort of primal in their sort of appearance and their power until Adis was made. And from them, that's where things started to form and shift. In a sense that it is unknown, shapeless, and ever-changing. So, like, the Feywild existed prior to the material plane, but it was just chaos before the Allfather created the material plane. Like, the Hells and the Abyss were similar. The Hells were made by the Allfather. The Abyss always existed. The Abyss existed before time itself. Because that's what it always is. The Abyss is entropy. It is nothing and everything. It is what exists between realms. Indeed, the elemental planes existed already. They were what the Allfather found. He found, like, that's basically where he got his energy, his power, right? That's the start, the lacking and the beyond, the point of the horizon. Exactly. That's the Abyss. That is what the Allfather found. Is he was basically wandering the abyss, the void, the nothingness, the in-between. And within it found these sparks, these small nothingness, these small motes of power that he didn't know what they were. And what they were basically openings or the presence of these elemental planes. And from them was able to give himself form. From them was able to create the stars.
I have a question, but you probably won't answer it.
So Abyss and elemental planes, primordial forces, chaos, material planes, and with it the anchors of the Feywild and the Shadowfell, the Hells in order. Good way to put it, Super. Like a mirror, or rather what he wasn't, exactly. What's your question?
The Black Star. Is it a deity or is it a sentient star?
Oh. It... the Black Star was born from the wound created when Thorlin was plucked from the cosmos.
Oop.
Oh.
The Black Star and the Blood Star are both entities that emerged in the cosmos when the Allfather plucked those stars from the night sky. And the cosmos bled. And when it bled, it created those two entities. However, it's not clear if those entities existed already in the veil beyond or were created in that moment.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Allfather's got a lot to answer for, huh? Yeah,
No.
maybe. Yeah, maybe just a little.
No. He's a hero.
You try being God. See if you don't have a tough time.
Yeah.
Now, when you mean plucked, are you saying inspired or created, or that he needed the void to have creation? Imagine the physical manifestation of a star. He took that and basically tore it from the cosmos. Imagine the veil, that sort of inky black that surrounds the stars as being the skin, and took from it two of the stars. And when he did so, the cosmos bled. How like nebulas are made, right? When he did that, two entities emerged from those wounds. The Black Star and the Blood Star. They're the echoes of what's no longer. They're the echoes of what no longer is there. That is one of them. One theories that they are the echoes of Thorlin and Eluine. So tears or ripples? Yes. It is a level of like cosmos fuckery that has basically never been explained.
I mean, how do you explain it?
Very hard.
That's kind of the thing about creation stories, is they're generally vague because, I mean, honestly, how do we explain our own existence, you know? That's just shit that people usually just don't know and probably will never actually understand fully.
One thing that has been said, that when one of the players in Secrets of Irist interfaced with a weapon infused with the Black Star's power, it said that it was older than time itself. Before the creation of the world, before the creation of anything, it existed. Have you ever seen the Lunar Cry from FF8? I'm imagining that, but out of a dark hole in the sky where a star used to be. I have not. How much have you been able to weave it into the stuff the players do? A lot. A lot. The Abyss has a huge presence in my game. The players are currently working with a Slayer, The Slayers, or the Slayers Guild in my world, are warlock knights. They are people who serve the Black Star. Black Star is their patron. There's the other side, which are the Red Wizards of Coburn, who serve the Blood Star. And they believe that they are celestial bodies that are waiting to inhabit the world, to bring about the Age of Stars.
Calm down, Ronnie. I just met you.
If you think about plucking, it's pinching. You create to tears where you pinch or pluck. So to pull or pluck, you need to drive or pull 2 tears, 2 ripples, because he's using his fingers to grab and pull. So if you think about it, magic wizards or casters, they are doing small pluckings of strings of reality. Well,
are you saying I'm just fingering the earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're pulling from the primeval current.
That's hot.
The Lunar Cry is where monsters come from in FF8. They are all of the moon. They fall to Earth in an event called the Lunar Cry, but utilizing a floating facility known as Pandora. Holy shit, you just get Amazon shipped demons?
Nice.
Like once a year?
Nice.
Love that.
It happens.
Who keeps ordering all these?
Wizards are just doing the magic equivalent of stealing cable. I mean, so the way that I've explained it is that wizards are able to...
No mercy for wizards, huh?
Wizards are able to sort of like quantify or break down the primeval current. They understand it on a mathematical level. They do not understand it emotionally or physically, right? Like they don't understand the primeval current in a spiritual sense. They understand it through like arithmetics, through science. That's how they're able to create runes. That's how they're able to conjure spells, is by channeling the primeval current through these avenues that they've created to use it. Whereas sorcerers have an innate connection to the primeval current. It is something that is harbored within them like a well. And that's what they're able to draw upon and use. They don't need to understand the arithmetics. They can feel the primeval current. They understand it. Perhaps not in a way that they can explain, but in a way that they can draw upon it and don't need, 20 years of college to do.
It's a muscle, You don't have to understand how your hand works to use your hand or make it work.
Exactly.
You can, however, wear it out, or break it, or strain it, or get arthritis. Gotta imagine.
You can overpull it, and bad things can happen. Looking at you, wild magic.
You mean funny things can happen?
Yeah, community media works. Bards would be similar. Bards are college. Like, they have to go to college to do that shit. So yeah, they're similar to wizards. They have to spend time learning how to sort of channel the primeval current through the runes and the sort of way that they cast. It's not innate. It is a learned practice. Correct theory. The entity behind the Black and Blood Stars couldn't affect the world until the eldest sacrifice was made. That being the sacrifice of stars. Pretty sick.
Maybe.
But I think bards are more feeling than thinking, but you're trained to feel. I mean, yeah, that's a good way to put it, but I still view them as like arcane casters.
I want to say that's true. Musical theory is very mathematical. Because mathematicians can ruin anything.
Like as much as I would love bards to be innate casters, they are people that go and they spend 20 years of their life dedicating it to understanding the primeval current and then weaving that into their own way of casting through instruments or through expression and, you know, shit like that. Whereas wizards are very cut and dry. They require specific key components. They require that the runes are etched in a direct 45-degree angle. And then you have druids who channel a more primal version, where it's not innate, it is a more so calling upon like the sort of primal spirits or the primal energies of the world. Because I love the whole like primal spirit thing of like a primal spirit of nature that is just this massive fucking bear. Like that's the shape it's taken. It's this gargantuan Ursoc-like entity. And that, like, it is those things that druids get their power from.
And then there's us warlocks who just cheat.
I mean, it's not cheating. You're tapping into the primeval current, or you're tapping into the power of a patron.
I want to learn this. You do it. You're going to do whatever I say, right? Yeah, sure.
Like, if your patron is sufficiently powerful enough, they act as like a wellspring for you to pull from. They might be getting their power from the primeval current. But that's a great way to put it, Super. They are a bridge. Like, you may lack the ability to directly channel from the primeval current, but your patron can do it for you. Can break it down to such a level that it's more digestible for you.
Is that the same with clerics?
Clerics are a little different. Because the Aranar are such powerful beings, it's more so that you're drawing from them. Like, divine magic is often from the Aranar.
Okay. Somebody else who you and I both know had it to where the deities were the conjunction for the clerics to pull from magic. Like, they were the pathway. So I was wondering if it was similar, like how you're doing patrons and stuff like that. But I get it.
Maybe.
I feel like if somebody were to like touch the actual primeval current, they would just explode.
Oh my god.
There are people who are capable of touching the primeval current and not exploding. There are individuals out there who can harness such raw primal magic and not die. Super fucking rare.
One day.
Luck is like you need a service provider to get the internet. Can't get your own internet. You have to call them up and say, hey, I need to watch Netflix. Warlocks need one-on-one time kind of. Clerics just need to contact the gods, but the gods don't need to reach them. Are the Wizard Kings one of those people that can touch it? Yes.
Fucking losers.
The Wizard Kings are some of the only mortals that have been recorded that are capable of touching the primeval. And that's because they cheated.
Hey, we cheating.
What do you think about Warlock patrons being like a bank? Like they give you a fragment of their power to use as a bridge to nurture and grow, to strengthen it beyond what they give you. And when you die, you give their power back. It's more than what they gave you. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're an investment.
I like that, actually. I like that instead of it being more wholesome, like the gods just sort of link you to the primeval current, sort of act as that bridge. Patrons sort of want you to grow it for them.
Or they want you to do something in particular. I would think. Like, they can't enter the world, so they need people to do shit for them. So they give them pieces of magic so they can carry out that task.
Till eventually they are strong enough to breach through into the world.
Yeah, Cthulhu style.
The Wizard Kings betrayed the first goddess of magic. They were basically reached out to by an entity who informed them of an incoming event, a sort of shifting of the tides. And when they were informed of this, they were given a weapon. This singular black metal dagger. When they were given this information, they were told a time and a date and when this would happen and what would happen when it happened. The event was a spell plague that happened basically in Faerun. The spell plague basically ripped through everything, through the existence of everything. And when that happened, the Wizard Kings killed the goddess of magic. The Wizard King Vorodaire plunged the dagger into her heart, and the Wizard Kings consumed her flesh.
Yummy.
They ate her and gained her power. And in doing so, basically became the only mortals capable, not yet becoming demigods, but the only individuals capable of basically being able to channel such powerful magics. And the way that 10th level spells sort of work in my setting is it is like a direct connection to the primeval current. Like using a 10th level spell is basically channeling it directly. You got a specific metal for that yet, or was that dagger adamantine? It is known as Abyssal Fate. It is a weapon that has been used multiple times in my setting. It is basically a weapon that has traded hands a lot. It is entropy. It is the end of all. It is everything and nothing made into a weapon. It was first used to kill Allure, the goddess of magic. It was used to wound Ioun, the knowing mistress who came after Allure. And it was used to wound the Raven Queen. What is a spell plague like? It is the sort of destruction of magic in a sense. It is a breakdown of magic where, imagine if you would, you had a microwave. A surge of power goes through your house and your microwave no longer cooks food. Instead, your microwave freezes food. It basically flipped everything on its head for a short while. It disrupted the primeval current. like a shifting of universal constants. Great way to describe it. It disrupted the primeval current, and in that moment, magic was altered considerably. Things were changed entirely. Magical items either ceased to function or had their functions changed entirely. Things that were, sort of blessed by magic or sort of used by the primeval current sort of ceased to work. One of them is like the destruction of floating cities. The fireball would be an ice ball? Yeah, something like that, right? It didn't last long, but it lasted long enough to basically afford them the opportunity to stab her, to wound her and kill her, right? And then basically consume her flesh. And when they gained that power, they were basically able to go back and right the wrongs of everything that happened. There are things that would never be the same, but they were able to fix basically what had occurred during the spell plague with being able to tap directly into the source of magic. It consumed her flesh and obtained a divine spark. I didn't have an exact word for it, but divine spark sounds pretty cool. They basically ate everything. I say flesh, but they ate everything. They consumed her flesh, her bones. The only one who didn't, the only one who kept just a semblance of her was Voradare, the one who plunged the dagger into her heart, who killed her. He took her skull. And her skull acted as a sort of like this sort of building reservoir where over the thousands of years that it existed, it just continued to sort of channel power into it. The primeval current was sort of just drawn to it. And in SOE, they actually ate her, Isajab. Like, actually ate her. It was super fucked up.
Crunchy.
So that skull basically started harboring primeval current and started drawing power into itself. And when he was defeated, his home and everything was lost. The queen who would come to rule Irist, after its founding and everything like that, Queen Veronica Raymonor, was basically given sight or visions of this skull. And she, upon taking it, became an incredibly powerful and skilled sorcerer. Basically tapped into the primeval current and became a sorcerer overnight. And basically kept this skull as this sort of like battery, right? Well, that ended up being her doom, because when she did that, she unleashed basically the thing that was keeping him in check. Basically was keeping his soul from being brought back. And Voradare came back and started to try and get the skull back, right? He basically started causing problems. She shrouded the land in darkness and trapped him there in this sort of stasis where nothing changed for 50 years. And if it wasn't for some crooked up adventurers, Queen Veronica Raymonor would still be alive, albeit in a sort of stasis, right? But still would have kept Voradare in check. The issue is that not only did Voradare possess the skull, his ring was there as well, his Wizard King ring. one of the most powerful artifacts in my setting. It basically returned to his home and was more or less locked away by her. She basically kept it under lock and key, and Vorodaire, through his influence as an enchantment wizard, basically warped the mind of the local archbishop of the Cathedral of Light, who is related to the first king of Irist. Warped his mind in the idea that the Queen of Light basically is ordering him to bring about the light to Irist again. And the way that he can do that is by getting this ring. He should be the one to rule Irist. He's the one who has the bloodline to do it, who has the capabilities to do it, being blessed by the Queen of Light. And all he needs is this ring. What he wasn't aware of is that Vorodaire was using him. Vorodaire was using him to basically get the ring out of that prison that it was in and use it to build for him an army. It didn't matter where he got it from. He just needed an army. And the Archbishop drew upon the Hells. The Archbishop brought in a bunch of devils and saw them. Basically, his vision was warped, right? So he didn't see them as devils. He saw them as angels. He saw them as the creation of the Aranar. These like seraphs and planetars and everything like that, but were actually very powerful devils, and brought them into the world. And basically stole from Zariel a considerable portion of her army. She was not happy. And the adventurers showed up again. They defeated him and cleansed the cathedral. The issue is that he sent the army to where it needed to go, which was where the Queen of Smiles was being sort of resting, right? The adventurers show up. They do battle with the Archbishop, who would become to be known as the Inheritor of Sin, and they would defeat him ultimately. They would kill him, and get the ring back. The issue is that the ring is so incredibly powerful that it basically draws in anybody who is a spellcaster. Anybody who is capable of casting a spell is drawn with this sort of lustful pull towards it. The rogue, who is capable of casting spells, touches the ring, and the ring pushes itself onto his hand. And he becomes like one of the few mortals in the world who is able to basically channel through this ring. Gets a ton of power, basically like a freshly christened god is how I described it in terms of like the jump up in power. He went from being able to cast like 1st level spells to 9th level spells. Basically anything he wanted to do with the ring, he could do it. He just needed to basically activate the ring, and he could do anything he wanted. So one of the things he did is when the adjudicator, the human fighter, tried to take the ring from him, he cast 9th level Hellish Rebuke. And basically burned Blake's skin, like his entire body. He basically torched him from head to toe with this just horrific flame. And it wasn't until the players attempted to use a concordance to get rid of it. Sneaky little Vorodaire was basically waiting for a concordance to happen, for them to try and get the ring away from the mortal realm. He came in and he wrestled with Ioun and got his ring back. The moment he got his ring back, he became a hyper lethal threat. He went to where the Queen of Smiles was resting, where she was keeping up the barrier, and killed her. and tortured her in a very gruesome way and basically broke her will as an act of vengeance for keeping him locked up. And basically turned her into his puppet. He then unleashed the puppet upon the party because ultimately he was going to get what he wanted anyway. But these adventurers had been a little bit of a pain. They weren't playing along with what he was offering. So he unleashed the Queen of Smiles on them. They kill her, and he lands the killing blow. He apparates, drives his entire fist through her chest, rips out her spinal cord, takes the skull that she's been using, which is Allura's skull, the first goddess of magic skull, and then crushed it and consumed the power within. All of that channeled power from the primeval current he drew upon himself and became a god. And in that moment, he shattered the barrier around Eris. He elevated his continent to float, erected a barrier around it so that no god can enter it, and then entombed the adventurers who dared challenge him, the failed lapdogs of the gods. And for 2 years, they sat in a sort of stasis, a sort of VR experience where they got to play being fumbling, failing adventurers. He stripped every blessing they had from them. He took all of their magic items. He took everything from them and locked them away as trophies, effectively. This sort of look what happens when you challenge me. Look what happens when you fail. And they eventually broke the Matrix, as adventurers are wont to do because they're adventurers. Broke the Matrix and found that 2 years had passed. And they're basically in this idyllic, serene land that he has shaped and changed with magic, and are trying to figure out how the fuck they can beat him now that he is the God King. So that's DOA. Gruesome torture? Yeah. A bit of a redundant statement on my end.
Imagine losing.
Where can I watch DOA? You can watch it over on Momo's channel. We started streaming it right at the Cathedral Arc. So we had been playing for a year offline, or non-streaming. It was just like a home game. It was when I was still working at Chevron. And it was sort of like our thing. Eventually, a couple players left. I brought Momo in because I wanted to play with my friends, right? And she basically proposed the idea of streaming the game. And I was like, I don't think anybody will want to watch it though.
Wrong.
Spoiler alert. A lot of people like watching it. Once we got the idea of streaming, we started basically right after the Servitor Giant fight, which was a ton of fun. I was really shame we didn't stream that fight. Now it's 14 months later. Oh no. It's been about 2 years now, Wolfmaster. We started in God, when did we start? August? July? I think we started in July.
It was summer.
I didn't start my own channel until December that year. And that was after a ton of pushing from Momo. Where Momo was like, you should start your own stream. Start streaming your stuff. And I was like, I don't know. Who's gonna watch me make maps? A lot of that imposter syndrome. And here we are. Close to 3.3K.
You told me about that campaign in March. About 2 years ago.
We've taken a break. I don't see a recent VOD with the Indiana channel. Yes, we did take a break because one of the players was in a situation where they were not able to be around. So we have taken a break. It's been about 3 months since we've played DOA. However, with that player being back, we are currently working on scheduling to get DOA working again. CTF and DOA are in the same universe? Yes. In fact, it's a job. The events of what I just described in DOA of the God King rising to power, to raising the continent, to shutting it off from the rest of the world, that just happened. That just happened 2 days ago in CTF.
Yep, we got the mental propaganda.
The 35th of Dawn was the day that the party fought and lost against the Wizard King Vorodaire. And when that happened, he basically put out worldwide propaganda saying, look at your people, look at your champions that you sent here. These lapdogs of the gods. And look how I fucking killed them. Pathetic.
And most of us were like, who? Guys, I think we got spam call.
Alaric, on the other hand, was very, very upsetty spaghetti.
Yeah, well, who cares what he thinks? He's not in the party now.
Yes, it is Dawn of Anorlur. The DOA is running 2 years into the future? Yes. Where does Tales of Sunfall take place in this timeline? It is a few days, like a week behind CTF. It's like the 20-something-ish. It is the 23rd of Dawn. So they have 12 more days before the event happens. Correct. God damn. What's Momo's channel? Mods, can you guys give another shout out to Momo? I will be right back. I'm going to refill my drink.
Not really T-Pain, because the campaigns are happening on opposite sides of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we're doing doesn't really correlate with what is going on in DOA. Nor could we really affect what's going on in DOA, as we're not nearly the level needed to do anything about that.
Not to mention, they're like, not only are we not, like, it's like the equivalent of us being in, like, Lakeshire and them being in the Burning Steppes. They are way above our level cap, and we have to get stronger to even contemplate going there. But we're not, because right now we're trying to deal with our own mess.
Did you just... Was that a WoW reference?
Yes, it was.
You just had to put in a WoW reference, didn't you?
It's one of the easier references for me.
Grinch.
It was all propaganda, Issa. He didn't kill them. We found out in Cometh the Fall that it was fake. Fake news.
Yeah, but I mean, he still kind of owned them, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crossover players in both campaigns are Morana, Talanos, I'm losing his name because my brain is dead after work today. Help me, Sizzle, please.
Kellen?
Kellen, thank you. Morana, Kellen, Alaric, and also known as Cull, and Silveril play characters in the Sunday campaign. Sizzle and I are continued from another campaign that ended, and kind of abruptly, from no fault of Crown's, and he had us drop characters for this one, which we were, well, I'm not going to speak for Sizzle, I'm appreciative of.
Every time I try to escape, he just brings me back in.
You love it. You love
God.
it.
Every time. I'm so mad about it.
I can tell.
That's when he just casts Dominate Monster Super. Because that works no matter how dumb you are. I believe they're getting them all on YouTube. I'm not sure what's there. T-Pain.
Majority of CTF and TOS is on Crown's YouTube. I don't know if there's any YouTube VODs for SOE.
Secrets of Eris is the prequel to Dawn of Annalore, and Return of the Storm is the prequel to Cometh the Fall. He's killed a lot of people. Super. Sizzle.
What?
How many player deaths did we have in Return?
4? Wait, no.
We don't know if Oaks died. He just wasn't with us anymore.
See, there was Oaks. There was
Woods died.
Woods. There was
his Goliath.
Yeah, the Goliath.
And then
The monk
didn't die, but did
basically
in our
died.
eyes.
So about 4.
Yeah.
I'm back. What are we talking about?
Where?
I was trying to remember how many Super said you might have killed a few people, and I was trying to remember how many you killed in Return of the Storm, and we came up with the number of 4.
Oh, that's about right. 4, then.
If you want to get really technical,
So
5,
we had...
because you about blew someone up session 1.
That's
Oh yeah.
5, and then that's 9, and then 3.
Right.
6. I've had 17 character deaths. Yeah.
Did you count the ill-fated party?
Yes.
Oh.
Of course I did. Yeah. Only one has been permanent in the sense that player left the game entirely. Like,
Veg.
left the game, never came back,
But
which
his
is a
spirit
shame.
still remains.
I mean, yeah. But that's still like, I had to like make do. It'd have been so much better if the player just came back. Skull Throne. Holy shit. Brother, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's incredibly kind of you. You got a gifted sub from Skull Throne. Be sure to say thank you. Thank you so much, man. So was the player pissed they died? Yes. So this was an SOE. This was before we started streaming. The party comprised of a paladin, a fighter, a gunslinger, a wizard, a rogue.
Wasn't there a monk in there too?
Monk left way before this.
Oh.
They just saved the town. They just saved the town of Frostwood from the cultist incursion that was happening beneath the town in the old Wayland Manor. They push the cult back. They destroy the portal. They free the people that were captured, which is Wayland Heartland. And they come back out to town and realize that they have to chase after the Archbishop because the Archbishop has the ring. They need to stop him before he does whatever he's going to do. They don't know at the time what his plan entails, but they just know they need to stop him. They meet up with the local general store merchant, and he says, hey, I can get you all the supplies you need to head out that way. It's going to be like a couple weeks for you to travel out that way. So you're going to need a lot of supplies. I can get all those supplies hooked up for you for free. All you have to do is go out and receive the shipment that's coming to us. And they said, easy peasy. We've worked with you before. Everything's Gucci. No reason at all to suspect that you would betray us. They go out and they get attacked. They get attacked by intellect devourers. And they get attacked by a strange aberration-like creature that when the forms were destroyed, it combined to make a sort of mocked beholder, this sort of twisted aberration. This zombie beholder, this is when I rolled everything in front of my players. I do that now. There was a long gap of time where I didn't. But I roll everything in front of my players. So I roll what the beholder's eye beam does. And they're already pretty injured from the fight before. So I roll, and it targets Tarth Draco, the half-orc paladin, Prince of House Draco of Tyros. He gets hit with the disintegration ray. It is the first ray I rolled. It rolled almost max damage for the ray. He fails his dex save horrifically. Like by more than 5. The party in that moment realizes that they have nothing to save him with. They don't have any reactions. They don't have any magic items, no abilities. And after a good 2 or 3 minutes of the party trying to just offer anything up, and I'm realizing they have nothing of substance to offer up, Tarth dies. That sort of sickly black beam strikes him, and he gets disintegrated. What level was the party? This was a zombie beholder versus 5 level 5 adventurers. The next roll I make for the beholder is its enervating beam, which is its second deadliest beam. I roll
nerd in here.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Well, you did just join, so.
No.
Yeah.
Dan, tell him.
I'm telling a story.
Oh.
You do. I mean, come on. If anybody's gonna smell like nerd, come on.
What?
Come
You
on.
just talked to me. I don't
Oof.
Who
Who said
nerd was a
nerd?
bad
Yeah, what the
smell?
fuck?
Why'd you say that? That's crazy. About that beholder.
Sippy time. Very well.
So about that, beholding these nuts.
Oh,
in your
Legion, you're
mouth.
leaving. All right, Legion. Have a good night, brother. Thanks for the card again. The cards are sick. So I roll the enervating beam, which is the second strongest beam that a beholder can do, and it almost kills the rogue. And they ultimately kill the beholder. It only takes about 2 rounds for them to just outright obliterate it, but the damage was done. Tarth was dead. And it was like this wall of just silence. Work. Hopefully I return later. All right, man. Well, hopefully you have a good time at work. Hopefully they don't bother you too much.
Spoilers, they will.
And they gather up his ashes, and I think that's when we called the session. And I talked to the player. The party didn't have means of bringing him back yet. So I basically proposed a number of options to him. I proposed that he can wait until the party finds an NPC powerful enough to restore him. They were heading to a cathedral, so it was very likely they were going to meet a person who could do that. Spoilers, they did. They met several people who could have brought him back. He beseeches Bahamut to become a revenant to complete the task here in Irist. Or C, he does a solo run in the Fallen Vault, which is a hardcore, one life only, basically. Oh, how would you describe it video game wise?
You called it Turbo Hell.
I didn't call it Turbo Hell. The players have called it Turbo Hell. Basically, you have 10 hit points. There's no real thing of like you take X amount of damage. It's like you get hit once, that's 1 point off of your total. He basically needed to do a solo run, and escape. Yeah, I guess it's Dark and Darker. I guess that's he was doing a naked Dark and Darker run.
In and out. Just straight to the red rooms.
Yeah, and needed to escape. Now, mind you, I have done this in the past to considerable success with one of my first ever campaigns. So I offered it to him thinking that this would entice him to do it. Because now I can make maps for it and make a big show of it and everything like that. But he didn't want to do any of that. He was very upset that Tarth died. And basically showed no more interest in wanting to come back. Basically said, I'm going to take some time, I'm going to think. And then that think has been happening for 2 years now.
Would you welcome him back if he came to you a year from now?
I don't see why not. He wouldn't be able to play Tarth.
Why not?
Well, Tarth is already on to other things, storyline wise.
It's been 2 years.
4, technically, for Tarth.
True.
Reminds me of our bard disintegrating. My first and only fight against a shadow dragon. It spewed its breath weapon on our paralyzed bard. Instantly failed dex save. He turned to ash and rose into a shadow and began attacking us. That's fucking brutal.
What is it with you DMs and shadow dragons?
Can't help ourselves.
What the fuck? Beholders, shadow dragons. It's just like the list of, I think I'll kill the party today.
Question for you, Mr. DM. Does House Draco know about what happened to their prince? And the God King took the party's bag of holding? He did take their bag of holding. It wasn't him that took the ashes. The vampire that the party fought in the cathedral took his ashes.
Oh.
When he mind controlled Blake and put him under his charm, and the party basically went to retaliate to fight him, he managed to get Ibrahim's equipment. Ibrahim had Tarth's ashes on him, and he took it.
Little asshole.
And when he
That's rough.
when the party defeated this vampire and got all of their stuff back and the battle was won and everything like that, they went back down to investigate and found that the urn was empty, and inside was a letter from basically that said, I'll be needing this back, or I guess I should be taking this back. You don't need to worry about this anymore.
Brutal.
Either that's very hopeful or very ominous.
It left Ibrahim with two ideas. Either something terrible happened or Tarth came back. I hope the God King have the ashes now. I mean, they already hate him. There's no reason for... I mean, they already want him dead. Like, I don't need to stack anything more onto that, right?
Why not? It's funny. Haha. Or they're looking at the jar next to him full of dirt. I mean, I don't have to, but... it would be kind of funny.
About sending a message.
What the fuck, Super?
I've had a character die, got their brain sucked out by a mind flare. They got reincarnated, drew a wind though, came back as a hot elf. Oh, nice.
Zafina be like. It's even better, Sizzle. The Shadow Dragon was inside and using the corpse of a giant beholder, animating its eye stalks. That's how the bar got paralyzed. They failed the con save against the eye raid before combat even started, and the Shadow Dragon hit us with the breath weapon before he even got to have a turn.
Holy shit.
I know. Looks at dangerous.
That DM wanted your bard dead.
I'm gonna be real cheeky. Sounds like a skill issue.
True.
Like, I jumped my players with the breath weapon, but a paralyze into a breath weapon into initiative is super targeted, brother.
You know, the enervating rate just doesn't do enough for me. I think I'll add a beholder on top of this. That seems fair.
I once played a wizard named Diego who got hit on by an assassin's guild. Got a hit on him by an assassin's guild. 3 sessions later, after the party I was in fought off a massive siege attack and took back a castle, the DM said we were split apart and were suddenly an assassin found my character and started hunting him. After 2 nat 20s from the assassin, Diego was hit twice in the chest with 2 arrows and was left alone for several to rot away. I mean, that's assassins for you, baby.
We're gonna do cry about it.
For the DM to be like, all right, you guys are split up, is a little sus. I'd have been like, all right, is everybody going to rest tonight? All right, where's everybody resting? Everybody has separate rooms? Okay. All right. Hey, Wizard, where's your room?
It's questions like that the party starts being completely deranged, like all sleeping in the same bed for no reason.
No, that's usually the after effect. Is the party going, yeah, of course I want my own room. And I go, oh, okay. And I go, hey, Yuria.
Yeah, like a normal person, like normal people who sleep in separate rooms. And then you're like, I think I'll abuse this completely normal thing and then say that it's their fault because they obviously took a separate room when they should have piled all of the beds together to make a little fort and had watch, because that's what sane people do. You should have been more careful, you say.
Stab.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't help him either. Blake fucking KO'd like 3 party members while they were all sleeping in the same barracks.
You idiots, you trusted him? Come on.
He had the hots.
Go on.
He had the hots for the vampire at that time.
I mean, I'm sure the vampire was very hot. I bet it was Gale. Or like Gale's dad.
Oh my god.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad.
Father, I would leave
His
you. You
reincarnated
can't.
Lover.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
It's the party that killed his lover. He was in the coffin. He
Oh,
woke
shit.
up, got out of
The
the coffin.
crossover.
He's like, "Where's my lover?" So my party's actively hunting down the other party.
Oh my god.
Archdeacon Tharlis Clearwater.
Gale's
You
gonna
know, I
get hit.
didn't give him a name yet.
This guy's an Irist.
And
What of it?
what of it?
How did you get out of Irist?
They're dampiers. They move fast.
Across the world.
Yeah, they just move fast.
I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out.
Fast walk
RP.
speed.
Ask me in character. What the fuck?
I just did /home.
I'm just saying it would be fitting.
Otters.
It would be fitting.
Gale's gonna get hit with the vision from Voradarian and be like, yeah, fuck those guys. Yeah. Come on, hit them.
We had a Banshee Will-O-Wisp fight. When I saw that on CTF, I was scared. Luckily, Crown didn't go do what ours did. If you have a Banshee Will, you drop to 0. Yeah, I knew that Banshee Will-O-Wisp was this very dangerous combo. It's why it's one of the more difficult encounters listed in all like the books, right? Like when they talk about banshees are usually always flanked with Will-O-Wisps because they synergize perfectly together. One drops you to 0, the other one fucking kills you instantly the moment you drop to 0. You don't get a save. The Will-O-Wisp goes, you die now, and just kills you.
Synergy, by the way.
It is synergy because the Banshee drops you to 0. And the Will-O-Wisp, their abilities proc on 0.
It's very toxic synergy, though.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
No, it's very toxic. It's very much like it's not even synergy to kill you or to like juggle you or do any like actual tactics. It's just a good synergy to just fucking kill someone. It synergizes well with making the party really mad.
Like Mind Flayers and Cranium Rats? Exactly. There are a lot of creatures that have really toxic synergy to just fuck over players. I think my first character died after tripping over into a hole and snapping their neck on a wall.
What?
Jesus.
What?
What the fuck?
Aw. You just tripped?
Silent, I want you to know there are no rules for that in the DMG.
That's very unfortunate, my man.
He wasn't expecting the Banshees and Will-O-Wisp to combo like that. There are a lot of creatures that you read and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then you get it in combat and you go, oh, fuck. Oh, God, it's killing them.
So that's why it's challenging. Nods to self.
Not even that. It's, why is it this challenge rating? Why can a party fight 4 of these things when 2 of them will fucking body the players?
Why not?
Who made
Life
this
isn't
system?
fair. The world.
Life isn't fair. Correct. However, comma, a lot of creatures should have their CR adjusted.
Yeah.
Because there are brain dogs out there that'll fucking body like a band of level 2 adventurers because it's a CR2 creature. There are shades out there, shadows, that'll fucking decimate a party. Despite them being several levels higher than the actual fight.
You mean the things we fought as level 5 adventurers and nearly killed Gale? Almost just bam like that in 2 returns?
Guess what? That's a level 2 encounter.
Yeah.
A band of level 2 adventurers are what, if you go by the book, that is what a level 2 fight is. Except that's not the case because shadows are fucking insane.
Ooh.
Yes, a level 3 party could in theory fight 6 shadows. Yes, that's how the CR system works.
Smile. Just roll high.
4 shadows almost fucking killed Gale in 1 round of combat because every time I hit him, I rolled a 4 on the strength reduction, and Gale almost fucking died.
The crazy part is that that's I'm pretty sure CR is with standard array in mind. So it's not like you're gonna have anyone with a 20 strength in theory, or 18 strength. You're gonna have like a 16 strength, maybe an 18.
Oh, my DM was really into realism. That's a shame, Silent. I like realism in some places, not all places though. What's the highest CR your players have faced?
Like all of them.
Idis.
Would it be the worm?
CR of the Shadow Drake.
Yep. Oh, you know.
I mean, I guess technically the Great Worm, but they didn't fight the Great Worm. They roleplayed with the Great Worm.
Well, that's the secret, right? Is that you roleplay with the really hard monsters so they don't kill you. You make them your friends.
I mean, technically, yeah, they roleplayed with Zariel, though. Like, I'm not counting roleplay.
Yeah, man, I faced a level CR 30. You mean you talked to one? No, yeah, that's what I mean. I faced it. Like, literally looked at one.
My face was looking at their face.
Yeah, because then I would have to count Vorodair's CR, and that they haven't fought him either. They just talked to him.
Has he attacked them in any way?
No.
Does kidnapping them count as attacking?
Would that hold up in a court of law?
I'm feeling very attacked right now.
Does verbal attacking count?
Not by Vorodair, though.
He has shit-talked them non-stop.
Massive asshole. What a cunt.
Indeed.
It's either the Shadow Dragon or the Queen of Smiles. The highest CR creatures my players have ever fought. Shadow Dragon was CR 20.
Oh my god.
They lost that fight. believe the Queen of Smiles is CR 17. So the Epsilon unit was like CR 10.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It was CR Nope for us.
No, CR 8. Sorry.
It's CR8 with magical, like... Did it have magical immunity?
No.
Oh, it's psychic immunity, that's right. It basically had a magical immunity, for me.
Yeah, it was immune to acid, poison, psychic, and bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks.
Yeah, it was immune to me, is what happened.
The issue is that it would also regenerate at the start of its turn.
Ooh.
So, for the people that could attack it, for the monsters at least, for you guys would have been, it would have been a fucking struggle. But you guys could have eventually gotten it down. When it was controlled by the party, basically nothing could have killed it, aside from the spellcasters.
True. We might have killed it in a vacuum, but it really did come at a very awkward time.
Yeah, imagine if you had gone to that fight without the Epsilon unit.
The bio one or the
The last one. The last fight.
The saving the children.
Oh. Yeah, that would have been awkward.
Yeah, imagine if you had gone to that without the Epsilon unit.
I don't think Alaric would be around to leave us at that point.
I think he would have legitimately died. He was gonna die. Like,
yeah.
he was this fucking close.
My man literally was a breath away and then just decided to sit up.
Roll his natural 20 and go. Like, I don't think he understands just how fucking close he was to dying in that moment.
He was close in the Hain fight too, wasn't he?
No,
No.
you guys are way closer in the Haines fight. He was in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, there was no saving him.
He was surrounded by undead still. Like,
They were just beating the shit out of him. They dragged his ass.
rocking his world, and then dragged him further into that fight room. Like,
Yep. They grabbed him like a bag man.
did the party have killed the Rock? Absolutely not.
Ooh, what CR rating is the Rock? I'm curious now.
I think it's a 7.
7.
7? That's a good
you
guess.
sure?
That's a good guess. It's an 11.
Ooh.
It is one of the highest monsters you can roll on in a encounter table for level 5 through 11.
Ooh-wee.
That would have sucked.
Yes, because this is what would have happened.
Been the end.
It'd have grabbed Alaric, flown up into the air, dropped him, flew back
Not again.
down, grabbed another party member, flew up into the air, dropped him. And if at any point in time anybody casts Featherfall, it fucking kills you midair.
Isle drives you into the ground.
That's why you save the Featherfall for right when you're about to hit ground.
Yeah.
I Featherfall, and it looks down and it sees you landed, and it fucking scrawl just fucking slams into you at Mach 10. You are a smear on the floor. That fall damage you didn't take was now exchanged to you from the Rock.
I don't like this reality.
Why not? What's wrong with it?
It doesn't matter. I wouldn't have had Featherfall at that point in time anyway. I would have just hit in all my plate armor and splatted.
Sees Featherfall. So you have chosen death. Yeah, the Rock, especially at the time that they encountered the Rock, would have been very bad for them. It was a very unfortunate situation because it was like somebody rolled like a fucking 99 or 100.
Yeah.
On the encounter die, and I went, "Oh, what's that get you?" And I looked over and I went, "The fucking Rock? Oh, rock. Oh, shit. Do I have a rock token? I just got a rock token like the week before. I went, uh-oh.
How convenient.
True. That's also true, Super. It sees you cast Featherfall and goes, okay. Grabs you, skyrockets to the fucking stratosphere, tears you apart, basically causes it to rain, and then drops your crumpled body. Yeah, they have a fly. Oh my god, these fuckers are insane. They have a fly speed of 120. You do not outrun the rock.
What? I simply flee.
Yes, they also auto grapple on Talon attacks.
What?
They go, I hit, and you're grappled. And then on your turn, you get to try to escape against a DC 19 grapple check. You're also restrained. So my attacks against you are going to have advantage, and I'm going to peck the fuck out of you.
Give me odds.
More like, give me your entire upper torso. Yes, Yuria did cast darkness and save her party from what would have been a slaughter. Recently saw a campaign where a group of adventurers fought both a storm giant and a rock. The scariest part was the giant was riding the rock because the rock was big. Holy fuck.
What?
That's fucking cool. Imagine being
horrifying.
Imagine the rock being so fucking big. I guess it is gargantuan. What makes a storm giant? Huge. I mean, technically.
Someone decided they needed to add the Nameless King into their world. Except instead of a dragon.
I mean, technically, that could happen. Oh, the storm giant was gargantuan. The rock was double its size. Oh.
Noted.
I see. Of course.
I see. You were looking at Quetzalcoatl. Okay.
Oh. I mean, how silly of me.
Understandable. Have a great day.
Well, guys, how are we going to stab this literal mountain? That's fine.
Boy, howdy. I sure hope nothing. Ah!
Or at that point, it doesn't even have to attack the, like...
The wind. You just get
the wind
buffeted to death?
Just, like, basketball you off the ground.
You fucking soar
literally
into the nearby mountain.
You just get shoved 30 feet. DC strength 20.
You don't even get to scream. You just open your mouth. No noise comes out because it's being deafened.
Your fucking lungs explode from the air that is shoved into them.
Your lungs rupture.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Yeah, that's why we generally stay away from like hyper realism. Because if you fight these forces of nature, you lose.
Bro.
You lose those fights because the creature that is a fucking Boeing airplane decides you're going to the other area code 3 states over. Why? Because it said so.
Well, impressive. At least the flight's free.
Can we see the Storm Legion? The Storm Giant King riding in, flanked by thunder of rocks with more Storm Giants on their back. How terrifying would that be? That'd be fucking sick. That's what that would be. That'd be dope as hell.
Death.
Hi, chat. Player here. Please stop giving my DM horrific ideas to torture me in my games. Thanks.
Oh, Momo, those requests fall on deaf ears.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm begging. Is that enough?
It's never enough for them.
Fuck.
All that satisfies them is blood. It's sort of this weird, like, oxymoron where they want us to win, but they also want us to bleed.
That's really fucked up. You wouldn't do that. You guys
really
wouldn't do
is.
that, right?
They choose the path of suffering for us.
I just want you guys to know that I'm actively slaughtering pots right now.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh my god, poor honey.
Their entire family. Okay, I just got bodied by a big pot. Never mind.
Justice.
Damn. Fight me, pot. Me 5 minutes later, then pot's got hands.
I ain't posting that
They
video.
have hands. Rethinks his entire existence.
Huh?
Huh?
What are you saying?
Huh?
Sorry, I didn't hear you over this splattering of pot noises.
Ah.
Yeah, just juice everywhere.
They're already dead.
Yeah, well, they should have stayed dead.
Got him.
I know what they're like several dungeons down when they start exploding.
Start running at you.
Yeah.
Hey, hey.
You think they're cute now. Just wait. They're evil.
Come on, we just want to give you a hug. We have arms for that.
They're so cute and volatile.
Why's that one got cracks on it?
Like walking vials of nitroglycerin.
Why are you doing that? It's so weird.
We see, like, lawful evil honey is like a black jar with a yellow top. People who don't know are like, oh, okay, that's cool. People who know are like, wah, wah, wah.
I still remember the time I got 7 players to fight a big ol' fuck off mountain sized dragon that was breaking the planet's atmosphere. They had to teleport on its back to fight it while trying to prevent it from crashing into a kingdom they all lived in. Or else it'd be a brand new Los Angeles sized crater on the planet. That's pretty dope. I love entities that are just forces of nature. Like Tarrasques. I think the Tarrasque, like, box standard Tarrasque for 5th edition is fucking lame. I think it should just have do whatever you want. Like, a Tarrasque should be a force of nature. It shouldn't be limited by a stat block.
What's a Tarrasque?
Oh.
Uh-oh. Why would you say that?
Allow me.
I'm allowing.
I'm consenting.
My consent sheet says okay.
Well, then you've brought this on yourself.
Tarrasque. Gargantuan monstrosity. Titan. Challenge rating 30. Armor class 25 natural armor. Hit points 676. Movement speed of 40. 30 strength, 11 dex. 30 con, 3 int, 11 wisdom, 11 charisma. Saving throws a +5 to int, +9 wisdom, +9 charisma. It is immune to fire, poisoning, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks. It cannot be charmed, frightened, paralyzed, or poisoned. It has blind sight out to 120 feet. It has 3 legendary resistances. It has magic resistance, and it has reflective carapace. Anytime the Tarrasque is targeted by a magic missile spell, a line spell, or a spell that requires a ranged attack roll a d6. On a 1 to 5, the Tarrasque is unaffected. On a 6, the Tarrasque is unaffected, and the effect is reflected back at the caster as though it was originally from the Tarrasque, turning the caster into the target. Siege Monster. The Tarrasque deals double damage to objects and structures. It gets multi-attack 5. It gets its frightful presence, and then it can make 5 attacks. A bite, 2 claws, 1 with its horn, and 1 with its tail. It can also use swallow instead of bite. It has a plus 19 to hit. It auto-grapples you when it hits you, dealing 4d12 plus 10 piercing damage. You're automatically restrained. Its claws do 4d8 plus 10 slashing. Its horn does 4d10 plus 10 piercing. Tail does 4d6 plus 10, and you automatically need to make a save or be knocked prone. Frightful Present makes you afraid of it, and it has Swallow, by which it starts to just fucking eat you. It is mostly a stat block. It's a fucking stat stick. It does nothing cool.
But it's big.
Does nothing cool, by the way.
You want to know? You want to know it's a cool CR30? Aspect of Bahamut.
Shit.
Gargantuan Dragon Metallic, Lawful Good, 23 armor class, 586 hit points. It has a movement speed of 60, a burrow speed of 60, a fly speed of 120, and a movement speed or a swim speed of 60. It has 30 strength, 18 dex, 29 con, 25 int, 28 wisdom, 30 charisma. It has a plus 18 to con saves, plus 16 int saves, plus 18 to wisdom saves, plus 19 to charisma saves. It is immune to acid, cold, fire, lightning, radiant, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical. Cannot be charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, or poisoned. It has true sight out to 120 feet. It is a CR 30, or it becomes a mythical encounter when you defeat it the first time. This motherfucker has 2 phases. And he gets harder in phase 2. He gets
But of course.
5 legendary resistances, and he gets Platinum Brilliance. If the aspect would be reduced to 0 hit points, his current hit point total is instead resets to 500. He recharges his breath weapon and regains any expended uses of legendary resistances. Additionally, the aspect can now have the option of using mythic actions for the next hour. So here he gets his legendary actions, right? You get him to 0. You chunk through 585 hit points. He gains another 500 hit points on top of that, and now gets access to 3 other god tier abilities to fuck you with.
Because why not?
How do you survive characters like that? Or monsters like that?
Survive?
You ideally be level 20 with a fuck ton of magic items.
You're a different god.
I'm getting this feeling that I've never made it to end game in WoW, and I'm still fighting little dinky like Hellfire Chasm orcs. Because I've never had a character go over I think, what level are we in
11.
Dawn of Annalure?
You guys are level 11.
In Annalure? Yeah. I think that's my highest character. I've never seen an end game for D&D.
There are a lot of... You've met several endgame bosses. Zariel is an endgame boss. Zariel is a CR 26 fiend. She's no fucking joke.
She is essentially the archdemon of war, or devil of war, so yeah. That kind of tracks.
Horrifying.
A star dragon.
Oh, fuck.
They have layers in the cores of stars. Holy shit, that's pretty fucking cool. I'm convinced that CTF will fight an endgame boss before they fight the big basilisk.
Probably not wrong.
Some part of me is like, no. And again, every time they've gone out to deal with the basilisk,
Just
they've
keep
lost
getting
a party
sidetracked.
member.
Or, yeah, that too.
Every time they've gone out to deal with the basilisk, they have lost a party member.
Size in first gen.
Party goes out to the ferry to get snakeweed, loses Sabine. Party goes out to hunt the basilisk for a second time, loses Alaric.
We really are cursed with just this whole basilisk thing.
What's this about a big basilisk? So the party have met Reynold Alvir. He is a slayer, a member of the Slayers Guild. He has charged the party with hunting the local creatures that are threatening basically the peninsula they're on, to prove that they are capable of hunting the Terror. Now, they've already done this. They've already killed the Nightmare Manticore, which is one of the 3 creatures he put a contract out for. The issue is that they ran into the Terror, and he basically was like, hey, if you're going to fight this thing, we need to get you gear. Like, you need gear to basically pump you up. Because at the time, Mirana didn't have a magic weapon, and most of the party only has like 1 magic item to their name. There are 3 people in the party who have all of the magic items, and the other 3 have 1. So he's like, we need to get you souped up. So go hunt the basilisk. Go hunt the phase spider. Bring me back their corpse. I'll carve it up for you. We'll get you some magic items. You'll be Gucci. The first time they went out, was the first contract they picked. They went to go hunt the King Basilisk, or basically an entity or a basilisk that was calling itself the King Basilisk. They get out there and they realize that this creature not only has its psionic projection that it can do is really far, but it can also talk to them, and it can hold conversations with them. And the party, admittedly, talked a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And the Basilisk King was like, hey, the last thing you're gonna see when you go to bed is my fucking mouth wrapping around your head and killing you. I want you to know that. Because you killed my mate. And you ate her. So I'm gonna do the same thing to you. Just as a heads up, a little courtesy. And the party said, yeah? Prove it, pussy. And then proceeded to long rest. In basically the same place that they had just told the King Emperor to fucking stuff it. And he showed up. And he basically suggested to Yuria that she look into the forest. And she did, because she rolled a really poor save.
I crit failed.
Looked into the forest, met eyes with a basilisk, crit failed again.
Yep.
And then combat happened. And they fought 2 other basilisks. They fought a Venom Eye and a Stone Eye. And they defeated them. The issue is that Yuria got turned to stone. Yuria was petrified. The party was like, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. Thanks to the quick thinking of the party, though, they beseech their unicorn friends. Their unicorn friends help, who shrouds them in it's like a little magical barrier. They gather a bunch of like twigs and branches and everything. They meet a cleric who was sent by Gerald to help them in case something went wrong. Spoiler alert, something went wrong. So Yoren shows up to help the party. They get Yuria all the way to the ferry and then all the way back to Elion. And in that point, they get attacked by the Nightmare Manticore. They kill it, bring it back. Now they have a monster and they have to save Yuria. They save Yuria, they carve the monster, everything's a success. The basilisk is still alive though. They realize, all right, this guy has a ton of crazy shit on him. He's way different from what was described to us. And Reynolds like, okay, I can make you a potion that'll help basically keep him out of your mind. Because that's what fucked you guys before, was he was in your mind. He saw your thoughts. He saw your memories. So we need to counteract that. So go get me some snakeweed. I have the rest of the stuff. Just give me snakeweed. It sort of grows around like rivers and shit. Party leaves. Upon leaving and getting close to the ferry, they come across a little stone, a little like cairn stone, and they summon a fae, who just so happens to be Oberon, the Green King, the consort king of Titania, or so they thought. They make a deal with him after some back and forth about wanting to kill the Terror and wanting to make a bunch of deals and stuff. They eventually settle on the deal that Sabine will enter into his service and he will kill the Basilisk King. The contract is struck. Sabine leaves with Oberon back into the Feywild, and all is said and done. They go into the ferry. They have a big old adventure in Facility 5 because they decide to stick around and help people because they're like, fuck it, the Basilisk is dead. What do we got to worry about? So they help a bunch of people. They become the heroes of the ferry. Eventually they get out. They get the snakeweed. They head back and regale Reynold of everything that's happened. And Reynold goes, okay, about that. His kids, whatever many children he had, still around. So you may have killed him, but now his hatchlings are about. So you gotta go fix that. So the party gets equipped again. A whole bunch of other shit happens in between. They eventually get some more information, some more critical information, and they decide to start making their way down there. They go down there. They don't have any bait. They don't hunt. They sort of faff about until they get right up to the border and then decide, guys, let's go hunt for bait. They then proceed to detour and enter into the situation they are currently in right now, which has Alaric leaving the party.
Okay. To be fair, the detour wasn't the reason why Alaric left the party. Alaric would have left the party no matter what we did, because his reasoning was beyond our control. So we could have been like in the inn eating smoothies, and he'd been like, "Guys, I gotta go." And at which point I would have thrown my smoothie at him instead of being pissy. Well, I probably would have thrown my smoothie and been pissy.
Piece of shit.
That fucker. You mean you could have just left this whole time? Oh.
Yeah. I'll kill you. I got a funny story. For context, my character had amnesia. I was at a store and the GM asked me to make a wisdom save before I leave. So shopkeeper said, "You should have your friends come shop here too." And me, not knowing what the save was for, said with a smile, "Oh, I don't have any friends." Turns out the save was for suggestion. Oh God.
Oh.
Don't you love business keepers or shop owners doing that?
Yeah, totally.
The Basilisk Hunt is cursed.
It is. I don't know why we keep insisting.
I think what's going to happen is the party is going to help Nerea. They're going to kill the matriarch. They're going to get their bait. And then they're going to realize how fucking easy the Basilisk fight is. And then they're going to kick themselves.
Are you sure, DM?
That's my thought.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
My guess is that we're going to kill the matriarch. We're going to get bait. We're going to show up to the basilisk, and the basilisk is going to crit 23 times. Because
just kills Kellen.
Just fucking kills someone. Somebody crit fails their con save twice. And someone else gets turned to stone, because that isn't what anyone's expecting. So of course that's what's going to happen, right? We've over prepared for this fight, so obviously it's going to fail horribly. And we're all going to laugh. Kind of.
I mean, you're going in at level 5.
Yeah.
You're going in at level 5.
Yeah.
Kitted to the fucking teeth. A potion that's going to help you negate its mind control effects or slow it in some way.
Mm-hmm,
You have an NPC fighting alongside you.
Yep. We're still, just wait. Because the dice are funny things. I bet you someone's going to still get petrified. Or some foobar shit's going to happen. We're going to think we killed the Emperor Basilisk, and then it's going to be like, yeah, that was just one of them, though. And we're going to look at the screen and go, huh? And you're going to be like, yeah, there were multiple eggs. Lamau.
Yeah, I mean, who only makes one egg? That's not how this works.
People only make one egg, DM.
Not a people, though. The monster.
Yeah, tell it that. As it monologues.
A smart monster.
Stay in your lane, monster.
I can't wait for the party to kill the terror and the basilisk is still alive. At that point,
Same.
The basilisk is doing wolves at the door. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening.
As a fucking basilisk rolls up with a 12-pounder.
Yeah, they're all suspiciously... They all have green cloaks for no reason.
You got a collector or a shambler equivalent in your world? Oh, it's a job. Oh, brother. Yes. Yes,
What?
I do.
What's he asking over there? Collector or shambler? Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Fun fact: Yuria's brother's party got sights on the collector at one point in time.
Who's the most annoying monster? Rust.
True.
Because guess what? There's no like rub salve on the armor and it comes back. It's you gotta go get new armor. A basilisk is like, okay, we'll harvest it, we'll get its glands, bring it back, get it all fixed up. They're good as new. Rust is like, fuck, that's out of pocket. You gotta pay. That is your hard-earned, plundered gold that you have to pay now to fix your stuff.
Nice. The worst thing you can do to a party is take away their stuff.
That's a flame. What the fuck? Rust monsters don't fuck up magic items. What?
Are you sure?
Yeah, any non-magical. Oh, because it can destroy all metal. Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, well, get fucked. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
Bro,
only supposed to be non-magical.
Bro, imagine if the Wizard King ring got destroyed by a rust monster. Just eaten.
Thanks.
We the one party I was in had a paladin in it. Devils, undead, he didn't give a shit. That rust monster, though, had him quaking in his boots.
It is sort of like an ego
like
challenge.
That meme. I don't fear a lot of things in this world, but that.
I fear no man.
But
that thing.
Scares me.
Frick.
There's wounds to fester. Point that for one if you score a critical hit. Using a weapon coated in poison grease, the target becomes afflicted with blight. Nice. Got the greases worked out.
Grease.
Oh, I have to start getting ready for bed because I have to wake up for work in the morning. I bid you all adieu.
Farewell, homie.
Adieu
Bye.
to you too.
Let's see. What else can I? Oh, I was going to do the ointment.
Nice.
Did not. Very well. We make the ointment. And I know it probably looks like my screen's not moving. I'm currently making an item in a different window.
DM, the screen's not doing anything.
Bored now.
Bored now.
Similar to me destroying a wizard's spellbook.
It's just mean.
Yeah, that's why when I took Oberon's spellbook away, because that's what Voradare would do. I was like, yeah, man, your spellbook, your old spellbook, has all your spells in it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it, brother. Don't be upset. You can still cast all your funny little spells.
Oh, you and your spells.
Wizard.
You.
Spellcasters.
I got spit all the time. What's with you and spitting?
Goddamn spellcasters making me.
Yeah, I know your favoritism.
What's
God
wrong?
damn.
Swing the blade
Not-
now again.
Not
What's with this
favoritism if
fancy
it's right.
Favoritism.
Maybe if they were just better, I'd like them more.
They are better. That's why you don't like them.
What's so hard about that?
You don't like them because they're better.
Maybe if they stayed in their fucking lane.
They do. They do magic.
They're magic and they're knowing it all. It sickens me.
What are you even saying?
What's that? Where am
What
I?
are you?
Where are you? Get out of my house.
Grandpa, it's time to come home.
Well, I ain't got no kids.
Oh no.
Where the hell am I?
Oh no, he thinks it's the 30s again.
Not with that attitude.
Who the hell are you people? Get out of my house.
Oh, sorry, I was
Yeah,
robbing your
straight.
place.
You're robbing this place.
Yeah.
We got Castle Doctor in this place.
A what?
That's the one thing I do remember. Stand and deliver.
What?
Do you remember how to use that thing?
What?
You're holding it backwards.
Where am I?
He's not actually holding it backwards.
Marshall is based. Correct.
Yeah,
A true and accurate statement.
based on the early game. Dab. Got him. Just wait. When I hit level 17, I'll show you all.
Yeah?
In 8.
You're
Yeah.
multi-classer?
Yeah.
You're really gimping yourself.
I'm gimping myself.
Yes.
I'm not.
Okay.
Explain how. Explain.
No, I'm not.
I'm not. I've done the
Such
math.
confidence too.
I've done the math.
Done them. I run the numbers.
I've seen it. I've seen it first.
I'm a card counter.
I don't know, but I think a level 17 pure fighter might beat you.
In DPS, yes. They'll always beat you in DPS unless you have a really funny build. But I can do a lot of shit with magic. Honestly, it honestly really just matters on who gets highest initiative. To be honest.
How hard rare is it crafting magic items in the world? Is the usual all knowledge is lost and the only magic items are the remnant of arcane mage long ago? I haven't actually figured that out yet. I haven't figured out if like making magic items is super rare or not. Oh, also, I went through and I updated everybody's sheets, by the way.
That's ominous. What do you mean by that?
If you have magic item, I've updated it with the new magic item.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And by that he means he nerfed it into the ground.
Yep. What? Yeah, Gogglette always did a 1D before. You're crazy.
Now go into melee.
Come on.
What are you worried
Just
about?
one swing.
Come on. Don't be scared. What's the worst that can happen? You'll die. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they all say.
Wow, real original.
Pathetic. The one I have for Balon. Map.
I am actually gimping myself. That was a lie.
Yeah.
But not because of multi-class.
It is because of multi-class.
No, it's not. There's a reason why Sorlock is like the multi-class.
Are there any known or hidden Dracoliches in your game?
Oh my god, he's there right now.
No further
my God,
comment,
it's him.
I'm afraid.
John Lich.
Just yes. Just no further comment.
Coward.
There would be spoilers.
Howard. Nice. If I got the right incantations and spells, I wouldn't be giving myself. But I didn't.
The frames look really nice like that? Or really sick like that? The scroll through. Oh, yeah. This is basically what I've been doing nonstop. It's just making magic items and making items. That's all I've been doing. It's just this. I realize that's what happened is Tuesday ceased to exist because that's all I did was make items.
That guy took off Tuesday thinking he took off Monday.
It was wild. Where am I? What day is it?
This guy.
Everybody went, damn, what are you talking about? What? It's Tuesday.
It's Thursday, Dan.
True. Are you ready for D&D tomorrow?
Throw up my. I mean, yeah, my prep's already done, but
Nice. Well, you heard
What do you
it.
mean it's Friday? You should be doing D&D right now.
we should have been doing D&D several hours ago, brother.
True.
Time to wake up, Dan.
Finally, my nap is over.
I love
Now
slumber.
rise. What?
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 What the hell did you just say?
Nothing.
Do a little trolling.
I said, all right, Malfurion, calm down.
I'll speed run the other frames. I want to see the rest of the other tiers. Nice. Yes, very good, very good. I have a bunch of items that I'm basically waiting for like the rare card, and I can update all of them. I did all the uncommon items, all the common items, and all the trash items. Very excited.
Wake up, DM. It's season 2 of Forgotten Fables. Everyone wants to know where the Slayer Master is.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back.
Did you make those magic item icons yourself, or did you get it from somewhere? T-Pain, I appreciate that your belief in me. However, I am not an artist. I'm a thief. I made none of these. Either artists have made them for me, or I have game assets. That's it. That's all.
That's it.
Okay.
It's kind of mean to the person who made the item tokens, though. If that's it, you know, it's kind of
That's it.
underselling what they did for you.
What they
Kind of
did
yikes.
for me.
Kind of
What I paid
yikes.
them for.
Imagine.
Violated the law.
I'll do it again.
God,
They
I think
pay with
being,
more blood.
Fine.
I feel like being humble for someone else is like the most toxic thing you can do.
I'm your biggest fan.
Oh yeah, that thing someone else did. Yeah, no big.
I will continue to be a thieving vagrant. If a video game possesses assets, they will be mine
Oh,
in some way, shape, or form. I'm
you
waiting
God
for.
of War ones.
I tried.
Yeah.
I tried.
You got caught. It's bound to happen.
Got caught trolling.
The reason I can't use God of War music anymore because they clamped down on it super hard. So I basically refrained from using it anymore, as much as I would like to, because God of War music has fucking gorgeous.
I listen to it.
Yeah, but I can't play it on stream.
I listen to it on stream.
Nice.
Okay. I'm sure portions of your stream get muted. If I want people to watch the entire D&D stream, portions of the stream cannot be muted.
They don't need to know.
Can I see the trash? Yeah. I need to upload it. Let me make an item. Quick.
Let me
Make a little.
Let me
get
You guys are toxic.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit. He still lets us on stream for some reason. Not sure why.
Behold, my trash.
My stuff.
Did Nat do that?
What?
Who's the artist?
Oh, yeah, Nat did this.
Yeah, I recognize it. Looks good.
Yeah, they've made all the cards so far. They've made the common cards, which are all the base weapons. So I have 3 tiers so far. I have common, or trash, common, and uncommon.
Can't believe you called that stuff trash. What the fuck?
And it's denoted by the gem to sort of show the quality as well as the border, right? So this sort of broken gem is the trash tier. Then you have this D4 opal, which is the common tier. Then you have a D6 emerald, which is the uncommon tier. I believe we're doing a D8 sapphire for rare, a D10 amethyst for very rare, a D12 citrine for legendary, and then D20 ruby for artifact. Very exciting. I'm very excited. Basically, every time I get a new card, that's my whole day is dedicated to just making items with it.
He's lost to us.
Most likely character to wear a cloak of billowing and activate its effects in each party. Blake, the adjudicator, would definitely wear a cloak of billowing. He would activate that bitch all the time. Alaric, cloak of billowing, probably would have activated it a lot. Honey, cloak of billowing, probably would have kept it active at all times.
What's a cloak of billowing do?
That's it. It billows.
Cool guy cape in the wind.
Like it has a wind that's hitting it.
It just looks like
a
you're
breeze.
fucking farting 24/7. Just ripping the hard one.
Are you excited to Rules Lawyer, the new D&D movie this month? No, I'm not gonna Rules Lawyer it. Every game is different. It's ran by every DM's different.
I wonder if they're gonna add.
See it?
I want to go out into public and see it in the movie theater. Is that what you're asking me?
Do you?
When's it coming out?
21st.
Oh, this month?
Yeah.
Maybe. I can try and make an original icon for you. Crown, give me an idea and the icon you need. You don't gotta do that, R. Huh? You gotta do that, brother. That's kind of neat, though.
Don't you dare.
Any colors for unique items? Yes. So if it is an uncommon item and it is from a weird source, I have adjusted the frame somewhat. Keeping the D6 to represent its quality, I have made a Slayer frame and a Illithid frame. Anything that has a black border with a teal gem is an item that is associated with the Abyss or with the Slayers. Any item that is a purple gem is Psionic or Illithid. And then I went through and I subscribed to the Griffin Saddlebag. And I just started making a bunch of items from the Griffin Saddlebag because they also have a bunch of items. So that's what I did.
Wow. Hey, would you ever get super petty at someone if they made you mad and change all of their items that they have to like the trash icon?
What? What do you mean?
Don't worry about it. Nothing.
I don't think you can change your icon anyway.
No, just like change all their background, like the background for all their items to the trash tier.
Yeah, I mean you can't upload it though, so.
Oh.
That's for you to keep.
Nice.
Yeah, you get to just have that.
Perfect.
Speaking of the Abyss, and are all the things from it purely evil, or have there been some good entities from it? So I've described the Abyss as being everything and nothing. It is entropy. It is life. It is the in-between. It is what exists between realms. The thing, the thing between the fabric.
My dick.
There are countless denizens that call this thing home. Some are evil. Some have no alignment at all. The idea of good and evil is not even a thought to them. They don't perceive the world that way. What's the saying? There are also ways that creatures perceive the world that are different. So like, evil be though my good.
What?
It means what you perceive as evil or think is evil is good to me.
Well, yeah, because you're wrong.
Exactly. Evil be though my good. So that's generally how I run the Abyss. It is everything. It was here before anything. And there are creatures in it that do not perceive the world as we do. There are entities within it that have different understandings of life and the cycle of the world. Evil be though my good. Some are just flumps. Don't flumps exist in the Underdark though? I don't think they're aberrations.
It could be though.
They are an aberration. Holy shit. Never mind. They're a lawful good aberration.
Bro, imagine if like Maelor Manure was actually just a big flump. Aeor's like, damn, he cute though.
And then rips out his heart.
Oh. Damn it. Even God can't like falls for the it's cute.
Oh my gosh, adorable. Ah! You bastard. I trusted you. Yeah, I know.
I am your antithesis. Why is my antithesis so adorable?
What the fuck?
Am I the bad guy?
Yeah.
Sure, we'll go with that. Will you kill yourself? I say yes.
Life Stealer weapon. When you strike an enemy, a small measure of your foe's life is absorbed by this weapon and directed into you. Ooh, critical.
Nice.
You get a D12 necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
No action. When you hit an enemy with an attack using this weapon, target takes extra necrotic damage equal to 2 plus the weapon's enchantment bonus, and you regain a number of hit points equal to the extra damage. Huh. Whenever you hit an enemy with this weapon, you gain temporary hit points equal to 5 plus the enchantment. Oh, I see. Okay. So you have 2 properties. Your first one is whenever you hit a creature, you gain temporary hit points equal to 5 plus a weapon's enchantment. Every time you hit. Then you have an action that you can trigger whenever you hit, and then you can regain direct hit points instead of temp hit points. Nice. That's pretty fucking cool.
That's freaking sick.
Nice. We love vampire weapons here.
I love the young people.
What type of life stealer weapon do we want?
Oh, you know.
What is something the party would be interested in you? Are you winning, DM? We are, Rozzy. We are winning.
Hello, Rozzy.
What weapons can the party use? Would they be even interested in using?
With such power. I bet Call would. Imagine Call with a vampiric weapon.
I don't think he's going to give up his axe. Oh, he might. Who knows?
I'd give up the sword axe or spear axe thing if I could, gain HP as the barbarian. That'd be sick.
He put points in unarmed mastery and then didn't attack unarmed once last combat, so.
He's kind of a freak.
He could have just thrown hands. Oh, I could use... Oh, Falchion, actually. I'm going to do it on Falchion. Falchion's a pretty cool weapon. Saw, dudes.
Saw. Wingardium Leviosa. I don't like that.
I'll kill you.
Living jar shards. Delicious. Comes with a free meat dumpling.
I'll see you dead.
Exquisite.
Those dumplings are pretty good, though.
Yeah?
Yeah. They saved my ass. Quite a few.
You telling me you eat jar boys? That's kind of fucked.
Stop me. You?
No, I'm killing them too.
I'd like to see you try. Big heal, little poison. Absolutely. They just said it's a little bit of spice. It's like a jalapeno's natural deterrent to try and stop creatures from eating it, and we fucking eat it anyway because it's so goddamn tasty.
You fool! That makes me want to eat you more.
Please.
I mean, if you're trying to deter me, then it must be delicious.
Why are you so goddamn tasty?
You did this to yourself.
Relish in your own misery. What's on top of nachos?
Whoa.
What?
Just considering something.
Why? Why?
Can't.
Why? This goddamn Troll Knight.
Have you ever played out War in D&D? Nope, but I would very much like to one day. I think it'd be very fucking cool. I would like to run like a war game.
Oh. That'd be neat. Sending hundreds to their death. Watching the people I've become friends with die on the field. Unable to stop the bloodshed.
Yeah, that sounds neat.
Neat.
Yeah, I want to do like fortress building. I want to do like warfare, all that stuff.
Oh shit. I'm ready, DM. I've played Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
More prepare to be annoyed. It's Total Warhammer.
I've played that a lot too.
Ooh. DM, I recruit 19 of one unit.
That is a thing you can do. Like, the way the warfare system works is you can recruit multiple like units and stuff like that. And they all have their own individual stat blocks and stuff. But you can recruit the same like group as long as it makes sense, like story-wise, right? Like having 5 units of peasant levies because there are so many peasants, right?
Watch this. A typical strategy. I spam 86 characters. I have 5 characters in this one army and use those as my military rather than fielding any units at all.
These 5 dudes will
Because they all happen to be
army.
Because they all happen to be riding dragons, and they're OP.
Do players even like that stuff? I've had like 20-something players, and none of them ever wanted to base build or massive combat. I don't know.
I want to feel like I'm in charge, unlike my real life.
Okay.
I want to text people, which I can't do in real life, technically, legally. I just love taxing the lower class.
I played in a 2E advanced. And fighting against real army with their supplies of scroll and wizard is not easy. 5 versus 100 type stuff. Oh shit. That sounds super cool though.
That's pretty neat.
Is it a trinket I made? What was it? I need to go back through and adjust the magic item. Oh, wrong. Grab this. And up. There we go. Okay. Life Stealer Falchion. Strike your enemy. A small measure of your foe's life force is absorbed by this weapon and directed into you. Falchion has been imbued with strange necrotic powers, granting you a +1 to attack and damage rolls made with it while attuned. Gain access to unique traits and abilities. Property. Whenever you kill an enemy with this weapon, you draw their fleeting life force into yourself, gaining 6 temporary hit points. Necrotic Healing. Daily no action trigger. When you hit an enemy with an attack using this weapon, you can choose to deal an additional 3 necrotic damage, and then regain it as
Cool.
Okay. Slap this on a monster. Make sure it works. Nice. Okay, it does. Okay. Efficiency bonus. It'll be a crit.
No.
It'll be a crit.
What?
That was your third nat 1 so far. Oh, make that 4.
You good?
I want to make sure that the extra dice. There we go. And it does. Good shit. Okay.
They do.
Nice. Okay, the crit works. We are Gucci.
Good.
Because falchions have high crit. Yes. I give that to you now. Nobody will use it because you can.
This is technically true.
Another one added to the pile. So be it. Ooh. Fuck. I just had this like strange wave of lethargy hit me.
Whoa.
Ugh.
Lethargy, time for a NOS.
No, I had my NOS earlier today.
Lethargy sounds like time for rogue energy.
Soon.
Wow.
My rogue energy's on the way. I get to try it and tell the brand person if I like it or not. and get a sponsorship with them.
It's a good timing too, because they just restocked black cherry. It's my favorite flavor.
Oh, my stuff's here.
Your stuff?
My robe got delivered, apparently.
Oh,
I just checked my email.
They know.
That's hilarious.
live testing, Pause Champ?
No, I'm tired.
All right. Well,
Oh.
I mean, I guess you don't have to have that Rogue Energy sponsor.
No, we'll do that tomorrow. Anyway,
Very well.
time to be hitting the old dusty trail.
Don't
We're going
say it.
for.
Dip, 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 dip.
I already did. We're going for 5 hours.
Fuck.
I think it's time to call it. We got some lore written up for Mithril, which is pretty fucking cool. How the elves work it, how the dwarves work it, its importance in the setting, where it comes from. We got the name of the star that the dwarves have, which I think is pretty fucking cool, because I didn't have that before. Made some new items. Yeah, I think that's
new items.
And a big lore dump.
the big lore dump. I'm sorry, most of the stream was
Huge, massive load of lore.
literally just me talking.
A steaming pile of lore.
Think tomorrow we're gonna do some loot.
Some loot.
Oh, you mean that thing they
Interesting.
never do?
They literally don't at all. My hope was that my NPC would do it and the players would be like, oh yeah, they did to one monster and then moved on. And I went, oh, okay.
Wait, what do you mean?
You know what I mean.
I actually don't.
How many monsters has the party harvested?
I don't keep track of that. I'm not the monster hunter of the group.
Doesn't matter. You're the
Go
note keeper.
ask. Go. I don't keep track of that. I'm not the inventory manager.
You're the stenographer.
The what?
The person in the courtroom who records all the conversations in the courtroom.
Yeah,
you.
that's not the person who keeps track of like the actual notes that people give a shit about. That's just the guy who writes everything down in case they need to like go back and like see like one
Correct.
what
You see how
one person
important
said
that
one
is?
time. Yeah, but that's not like how many times have like that person is expected to go back and record how many times the defendant or the like I don't know. Someone said fuck in the courtroom, you know?
Spoiler.
They
it's
just
not
write it
fuck.
down.
It's you guys have harvested in the time of being out here and having killed all the things you have killed. You have harvested one monster.
Didn't we try to harvest the harpies but failed miserably?
No.
Yeah.
Nobody even tried.
I thought Kellen tried and then
Nope.
failed. He got a crit fail.
Nope.
Well, then what did he crit
He-
fail at doing?
He crit failed trying to harvest the Minotaur. No, he didn't even crit
No, he
failed the
didn't.
Minotaur. He crit failed trying to
Harvest the harpies.
No, it wasn't the harpies.
It was the harpies.
It wasn't.
You're the note taker. Immediately doubts. I see the double standard here.
It was not the harpies.
Well, then what did he try to do? Because he crit
to
failed something.
He tried to recall information.
I could have sworn it was like an investigation that he fucked up.
You don't use investigation to harvest.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's arcana or nature.
It could be an investigation. I'm trying to loot their loot their pockets, you know.
You haven't even done that.
Yeah, well, they don't have pockets.
I
So
would be happy.
joke's on you.
What? How do you know?
That harpies don't have pockets?
How do you know? I have literally described the harpies wearing armor.
Armors don't have pockets. What are you talking about?
It's not the fucking pockets. You know that.
Look,
I know that.
man.
It's the fucking satchels. And the back don't look man me. You're
Look,
a part of this
man.
party. You're poor because you refuse to loot anything. And then you complain about being poor.
Bahamut up in the sky. There's fucking people. Ugh.
I don't complain about being poor. You mock us for being poor, generally.
Fix it then.
Get somebody whose job it is to do that shit. I'm the Arcana person, okay? I don't have perception or fucking what am I thinking of? Proficiency in investigation or survival or nature. The most I do is Arcana. But you know what? So does a shield day. And a shield day actually has pretense. A shield day has pretense for harvesting that shit. Do you see Yuria in character ever harvesting undead? Sticking her hands in gross ass corpses? I don't.
When you are unable to afford
Yeah.
your next tavern room, I don't want to hear anything.
You will, though. You will hear something.
When you are forced to do chores at another tavern
Mm-hmm.
just to sleep in a bed,
Well, maybe these people should have more practical problems that they're willing to pay for, like killing fucking bandits, instead of having us to destroy a literal monster from the Second Age.
did Gerald put you on that?
No.
No, he
But it's their problem regardless. He would now if he knew what we knew. He hasn't put us on shit, actually.
exactly, has he? So who are you putting blame at right now? Is it
Putting a blame?
Reynold? Because Reynold
Yes.
isn't housing you or feeding you.
No. But no one's paying us either to do anything. No one's even offered.
You're
And anytime we get a quest, we get 86,000 side quests to get that one quest done. Thus getting us nowhere. Every
Why?
single fucking time.
You understand you didn't have to take the Harpy quest, right? You understand.
You know, here's the
that you
thing
didn't
though.
have to
You
take
keep
the
linking it
Facility 05
to the...
quest, right?
Okay. The facility quest wasn't a facility quest. It was help Aram's ferry. And hopefully get paid doing it. It turned into the facility quest. It turned into space aliens.
That was a side quest that you did while trying to get Snake Root or Snakeweed.
us 8 sessions to do it.
Yes. You took the quest.
We didn't expect it to be 8 sessions long with a fucking multi-dungeon locked under some old guy's retirement home.
You still accepted the quest.
What is your point?
My point is that everything you're doing has been done by your hands.
Okay. So why hasn't anyone paid us yet?
Nobody's going to pay you because you've been staying at their house for free.
I didn't think Reynolds was housing us, though.
Reynolds not going to pay you. What's he going to pay you for?
Doing the contracts he gave us?
Slayers don't do that.
Why not?
Slurs get
Okay, well,
paid
see,
with
then
knowledge.
why are you complaining that we're poor when
Because
the
you
guy
don't-
who's giving us the quest don't pay us in gold?
You don't loot anything that has the gold.
Again, not my job.
You don't have a job. You have no fucking job.
I have a job.
You just
I'm
said
the
a
diplomat.
shield-
Look at my skill set and tell me what my job is.
Diplomat what?
What do you mean?
Diplomat what?
Diplomat of what? I'm the fucking...
Marana
I'm the negotiator.
to the Harpies.
Because Marana went and
Talk
scouted first.
To the king.
Wait a minute, I talked to the Harpies too. What the fuck? Just censor Yuri out of that entire conversation? You know when she was like, hey, how about we ally ourselves more than just the Basilisk? How about we ally ourselves with fighting the source of this problem? And she was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we're just gonna forget that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I see. You're right. Let me do all the things I'm
Some
not
fucking
proficiency.
Corpses. You don't have to be proficient to loot corpses.
Okay, but why should I be the one responsible for looting corpses when I'm not proficient in looting them?
You just said it's not harvesting. It's looting. They're
Yeah.
two different things.
What does looting use? I think it uses investigation, I believe.
You have a +3.
But I'm not
That's
proficient.
nothing to
There's
sneeze
someone
at.
else has better investigation than me. He's checking now, isn't he?
The collector is going to come.
Yeah.
They're going to take
He's gonna be poor too when he
all
finds
of your
us.
magic items.
He's gonna be poor as fuck. He's gonna loot us, and he's also gonna be poor. Don't threaten me with the collector and then be like, why don't you loot anything? I know the collector's mechanics, you son of a bitch.
Just loot the bodies.
No, you know what? Now it's a
Loot
thing.
The fucking
Fuck
bodies.
them bodies. I'm not touching corpses. That's disrespectful. We're Tarosian, DM. Respect the dead. Loser.
You're a goddamn Caressian.
I'm nobility. I don't loot dead
You're
things.
nobility of a swamp.
Yeah, so she tries very hard to look noble. That's the whole point. She doesn't want to be affiliated with those people.
Cannot wait for the
What?
party to go to Shademore.
Yeah, me
to
too.
see what Yuria has been fucking hyping up, and then they see it's all
Hyping.
hillbillies.
The only thing she's been hyping about Shademore is how fucking obnoxiously deadly it is.
They're gonna roll in.
Yeah.
They're gonna see the hillbilly there with his banjo, telling them not to go up in
Fucking-
them damn swamps.
I fucking hope they see the fucking hillbilly and they're like, we're gonna go up in them their swamps because there's kids there. And Yuri's gonna be like, no, we don't take those quests here. We don't do that here. And then they're gonna find like a coven of level like CR 11 hags just doing bingo with like kids' ligaments. And they're gonna look up.
D4 moves the eyeball onto the slot.
Bingo! The fucking table explodes into a dimension portal.
Oh,
The
dear.
aberration. All the bones come together to form this aberration. She's like, well, see you next week. Oh, we have visitors.
Some wicker
They all-
monster.
They all bust out fucking pots and start rattling on them. There's like 5 different pots. Just ding ding. I hope we go to DM. Why aren't we stayed? Come on, just once.
I can't wait for
just
the
a
party
visit.
to get to a place where they can get on a boat. And they're like, all right, guys, where are we going next? And they don't see Yuria already paying the captain on a trip to
Later.
Shademore, to the Witchlight Coast. They get on the boat. Oh, the boat's moving, guys. What the fuck? What's that? Where are we going? They go, where?
Ding.
Don't you know?
She just quietly, they just like, this is a cool boat. They're just standing on it. She quietly pays the captain to go halfway across the world. Starts taking them. They're like, wait, Wait, we're not supposed to be on this boat.
They start hitting that World of Warcraft loading screen.
Yeah.
Like,
I think we're in the wrong expansion, guys. Hold on.
I hit them with the world map, and they go, "Wait, what?
Uh-huh.
How much money should the what? How much should these guys have at this level?"
I got 20 gold. Smile.
I think it was after you guys spent stuff too, because you guys got.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I got 20 gold right now at the moment.
Was it 120? And you guys were the full party at that time, so split 6 ways. You guys didn't.
See, I'm not poor, DM. I got $20.
True. I would count silver as dollars.
You're right.
I have money too. It's just not noted.
DM, why are you so mad at us? Okay, we're being very humble,
Hold on,
you know?
Hold on. What the fuck did you just say, Silver?
I said I have money.
Where?
It's just not in that thing.
Where?
I don't use that thing.
I just don't use it. What the fuck are you talking about?
I have it.
What?
I have it.
You know, you have 27 gold to your name.
No.
Yes.
No.
Damn.
I have more.
No, you don't, because if it's not on your sheet, it doesn't count.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
DM, we're rich and friends, okay? That's what's important.
You're not even rich and friends.
All right, that's kind of mean.
Silver literally despises Marana.
She's
Okay,
trying
that's-
her best.
That's
Trying-
one person.
Trying is not
Bro,
enough.
don't one guy me here, okay? That's one person. Okay,
She's
what about
trying her best.
just I also try my best when liking the undead. It's very hard.
She's trying her best. She's like, we're doing this, guy.
At least we're friends, Smile.
Everything's fine.
I think if given the opportunity,
Yeah.
I think the party would put Yuri on a boat home.
What the fuck?
I don't think Silver
Jesus Christ. I
don't
just
think
met
Silver
Call. He
would.
doesn't have a say in it.
No, but
Party
every,
woman, go away now.
every time Yuri has done something to the betterment of the party, it has been met with heavy skepticism and doubt.
I mean, in their defense, just look at her.
I mean, yes, foreigner. I gesture all
Funny
over
sword.
Yuria.
It's because every time she does something that's helpful, she then follows it up with, by the way, here's my silly talking sword. I think it's good. Smile.
You guys
Well, I
want to
can't
talk to her?
necessarily.
Holds
It's
it up
like,
next to
wow.
Cylero. Go on, talk to her.
You want to touch it?
I don't want to.
Come
do
on.
Come on,
Come on,
just
we're
say hi.
family. You can touch the thing. Go on. Not the blade, though. Don't touch it. Oh, he's just
I
hungry.
really don't want to touch that.
Yeah.
Come on.
In one
Alright,
breath.
he helped you. Say thank you at least.
Yeah, in one breath, they're sharing a room and, like,
Give him a
you
little
know,
smooch.
being friendly, and then the next Silleral's touching the sword and it goes. I can understand a little. I can understand a little, like,
Yuri over there. All right, I'm going to use my sword. I'm going to disrupt this. That sword fucking jumps out of her hand like a pit bull that just saw a toddler and throws itself into the rock. And she goes, oh, fuck.
Wait.
Tries to pull it free
Get out
with
of
the
that.
sword. the
No one
crunching
noticed.
of
Please no one noticed.
plastic.
Please no one noticed.
Hey,
What's in your mouth?
Spit that out.
what is that? Separatist? Put that back.
What the hell? Where the hell you get that?
Puts it back.
Pulls a blade out. It's fucking like, Ugh. Were you drinking that? No. Maybe. You don't know where that's been. Maybe.
So,
There's
It was-
another rock over there.
It was tasty. What did it
Wow,
taste
you're,
like? Betrayer
you-
God.
What does that
oh
taste
my god.
like?
You just hear.
Does the fucking like the finger suck just a
Yuria. Fingers on chin, stroking lips in thought. Yeah, it's probably fine.
I'm sure.
I mean, he is hungry.
Nothing bad could come from this. I mean, he was talking.
I mean, he's eating betrayer gods, right? He's not eating anyone I care about, so it's probably for the best.
Oh my god.
It's,
I mean,
Look,
he
he doesn't
hasn't-
have anything to do with the Allfather one.
Guys,
He's
come on,
gotta be good.
He's draining the energy of the betrayer gods. Like, isn't that what we want? I see this as an absolute win.
Did Silro ever attack anybody with Nyzathos' wrath? Did she ever get to the point where she was attacking people?
The player?
The flail, yeah.
No, a player or
A player, yes. Like how Ibrahim attacked Blake.
I don't think so.
I do not remember.
No one.
No.
Seeing that.
She
No
was
one-
almost there, but I rolled a 20 on my will save.
Right, you were about to swing on Yorin and
Ooh, yeah, true.
Yorin and
I mean,
Guinevere, that's right.
He was more NPC at that point, but yeah, that was probably the only time that somebody actually pushed her to get rid of the mace. No one else in the actual party was like, okay, so we'll hand it over, or
Even
we're gonna
seeing her like frozen over in the tent during the Will-O-Wisp attack, the party was like, yeah, she can keep it.
I mean, okay.
This party will get you killed.
To be fair, you see, you phrased it during the Will-O-Wisp attack, which is an important sort of context for that.
It wasn't an attack until who was it that attacked first? Was it you?
It was definitely me.
I think you
After
shot
the-
like an Eldritch Blast at it.
I absolutely. When it entered someone's body, I'm like, okay, no, we're done with this. That's enough silliness. Stop staring at them.
It's always a shield day. A shield
That
day
was
just
Marana.
letting things wander into. Oh, was it Marana?
It was both of them. Wait, no, it was Moran.
No, it was
Shit.
Marana and Kellen.
Yeah, they were
'cause they
staring,
were-
and then a shield they got up and also like ogled them. And they started doing like Fortnite dancing on like
Ominous,
sleeping people.
Evil, ominous, sides
Hags,
with cults, evil,
Cultists,
sides with hags, evil, ominous, dangerous.
malicious.
Malevolent.
Party going.
They
I
haven't
don't know
killed
why
us
the
yet.
DM is using those words, though.
They're shiny. How can they be bad?
Hey, look at them, the little light bulbs. They're so cute.
They haven't done anything aggressive yet. Maybe they're fine.
Guys, look, it came
If
to me.
not
That's so quick.
friendly, why are friends shaped?
The party says to the awakened shrubs that wander into their camp. Howdy.
It's
howdy,
honestly-
howdy.
It's honestly a miracle no one tried to pet the terror.
I would
Silver
have.
was very close
I would have.
to
Look at
getting
those ears, though.
to getting pet by the terror, and by pet I mean cleaved in half.
No, no,
No,
no, no. No.
Oh my god, she's dying.
Oh, I got the terrorist
But
with
I
you right
do
now.
want- It just freaks out.
Guys, I'm fine. All of her her glowing just ceases to happen, and she goes, "Guys, I'm not fine. Mom, pick me up. I'm scared."
Well, I hate to do this, but I think I'm gonna pull an Alaric. See you guys later.
I'm going home. Gets fucking just.
Don't leave me.
Holds Solar's wrist. You can't
No.
leave.
Just staring dead-eyed.
I will fucking cry.
We're family.
Let me go.
You can't. You just like it's just like things start getting darkening around the corners. Her face looks like ghastly. You can't leave.
The
promised.
vignette begins to sort of settle in. The edge of the screen just begins to encroach. You can't leave me.
Let's go dark.
We're family.
We're family. Family means no one gets left behind.
Eyes wide, unblinking. You said you would leave me. You promised.
You promised.
Family.
Dutch.
Together forever. Or until I go home, whichever one comes first.
I decide when you can leave. That's what it means to be family. My family.
Nobody's leaving anymore. Especially on the backs of dragons.
I think the next spell I need to get is like charm person or suggestion. So just because of that fear of like people like abandonment issues has manifested this new spell. Where someone's
with me.
The next time a party member is like, I gotta go on an adventure, she just hard cuts to them. No. I think you should stay for the next 8 hours or so at least.
I upcast suggestion. I spend sorcery points to hasten and silence cast.
Come on. Just give it some thought. At least 8 hours of thought.
Please. Preferably 8 hours and actually 7 hours and 59 minutes. For no particular especially not casting time.
Yep. Don't worry. I can take a short rest, and because I'm a warlock, I can get my spell back. Short rest takes 2 hours. I think you should stick around for 7 hours and 59 minutes. You'll be with me forever.
I don't think Yuria would do the love potion thing. But I think if she was given the opportunity, she would mind control people to ensure that she is not left behind.
Absolutely. Yeah, like love potion, probably not. We're not that fucking weird. But if it's like a survival thing where it's like everyone's abandoning me and I'm gonna be left alone in this terrible foreign place until I become dead or even worse, a peasant, then yes.
The ultimate fear.
Becoming like a barmaid. Truly evil.
Oh my god, is it?
The moment Yuria, the words, may I take your order, leave Yuria's lips, she's dead.
The ultimate
she's
character
gone.
death.
She's just fucking, it's over. She's a different person now.
Dead-eyed. No light in her eyes.
Retail. Truly worse than death.
Collects her
She'd
tip
be
money.
right.
True.
Walks out.
I should have joined the mouth.
Why would she return my calls?
Just, hey, I'm looking for new employment opportunities. Have you seen my resume yet? Left on red.
That'd be fucked. The
Yeah.
former adventurer who snubbed the bad guy. His party dies or they
Leaves.
retire, what have you, and realizes he can't adventure on his own. Nobody wants to join with him now. And the bad guy
Ew.
doesn't want to offer him the chance to join him again.
Yo, imagine doing like a heroic deed and then like scoffing off all temptation and then looking back and going, man, I really should have just taken the deal, dog. Holy fuck.
Looking down, missing
What
a
a
leg.
twist. You're like a war vet.
Haven't I given enough? Given enough? Just starts playing.
I could have been so cool. I could have had like
Bruh.
jet black armor.
No, I thought
I had,
thought
mad
being
bitches. Fuck.
having a I thought having a patron would be like a limiting thing to me, like it would reduce my freedom to do what I want. And now, only now do I realize that it was my only way out.
God, I bet I don't have to pay taxes. What the fuck, man?
I could have ruled.
Oh, this
I'm sure they will give
It's
you
like
this
the-
piece of land.
It's that I could have gone pro in high school.
Exactly.
Man, I could have been a fucking bad guy.
It's not even that. It's like, man, I should have sold drugs in high school, bro. I'd have so much money right now.
Fuck.
Shit.
I don't have to worry about nothing.
I should have joined a gang.
God damn it.
I might have gotten shot on the sidewalk, but now I only wish people would shoot me on the sidewalk because I work at Starbucks.
My life is so fucking boring.
Brr, please. Every day I get in my car, I hope someone drives by me just to make things different.
Sometimes I wait a little longer in the crosswalk, just hoping.
Maybe if I get, like, the health insurance, I can change my life. Legs really are a small price to pay for that, you know, for a second chance.
For freedom.
Maybe I'll get prosthetics.
All right. Now time to actually go to bed.
Anyway, for real this time. Anyways,
for real this time. Go ahead and say goodbye to chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Say it. Say goodbye to chat. They've been good. They deserve it.
Haven't given enough.
Yeah, but have we been good? I don't think so.
Have you been good, chat?
They're already gone. They're all saying goodbye.
Silence.
They're already
gone. They're leaving.
You said anyway, and they just immediately like took the exit sign.
It's the packing up your school bag before the bell even rings.
Huh?
I don't release you, or the bell doesn't release you. I release.
They're already out the door.
Where? All right. If you're not gonna say goodbye, okay. Thank you. I'll be back. Gamers, friends, companions, confidants. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. I know we didn't really do much. My brain was really scrambled today, so it was very erratic what we were doing. Sort of like this weird manic episode. So apologies. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have everything straight and we'll figure out what we're actually gonna do. Probably work on some stuff, like some actual stuff, instead of just fumbling about for 6 hours, mostly talking about my world instead of doing something constructive. Well, that's gonna be it for me. I don't have anything to announce. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. Join the Discord. It's where all the cool people hang out. All the cool individuals that like posting memes and fan art, and like chatting about the world. As well, want to go ahead and follow the Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube, follow the Kanka page, all that fun stuff. Until then, I will see you all tomorrow. I hope that you have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. I hope you hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they miss you. And I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.